Pillows got the alarm on mute. In Club Camo we don't sleep, we just reboot. We're dreaming big, we're sleeping deep. Club Camo where the party never ends. With DJ Pillow and empty shit, we're making amends. For the lack of sleep, we're making up for fun. In Club Camo, that's a club. Everyone. Club Camo where the party never ends. With DJ Pillow and empty shit, we're making amends. For the lack of sleep, we're making up for fun. In Club Camo, the bed's the club. Everyone. Last night in Club Camo we had a blast. DJ Pillow spun a track and empty sheet took it to the Last night at Club Camo, we had a blast. DJ Pillow spun a track and MC Sheet took it to the max. We had a pillow fight, they got out of hand. Feathers everywhere like a snowy wonderland. My teddy bear, Mr. Rich, cause he was getting down. Dancing with the sheets, spinning round and round. Playing hide and seek, behind the blankets it's tight. But when the morning came, the party had to take flight. When the party never ends, Jake Pillow and MC Sheet were making amends. In Club Camo, the party's all we need. Everyone. Last night in Club Camo, we had a blast. DJ Pillow spun a track, and MC Sheet took it to the max. We had a pillow fight that got out of hand. Feathers everywhere like a snowy wonderland. My teddy bear, Mr. Whiskers, is getting down. Dancing with the sheets, spinning round and round. Play hide and seek, spinning round and round. Dancing with the sheets, spinning round and round. We play hide and seek, but in the big deal. We're sleeping deep. Every Club Camo, the party's all we need. Last night at Club Camo, we had a blast. DJ Pillow spun a track and MC Sheet took it to the max. We had a pillow fight that got out of hand. Feathers everywhere like a snowy wonderland. My teddy bear, Mr. Whiskers, he was getting down. Dancing with the sheets, spinning round and round. We played hide and seek behind the blankets tight. When the morning came, the party had to take flight. Club Camo where the party never ends. With the pillow and empty sheet, we're making amends. For the lack of sleep, we're making up for fun. In Club Camo, the best the club. Everyone. Club Camo where the party never ends. With the pillow and empty sheet, we're making amends. For the lack of sleep, we're making up for fun. In Club Camo, the best the club. Everyone.
Chasing after you, I don't know where you went, but I gotta do whatever it takes. I'll never take breaks, moving at light speed to catch up to you. I don't know where you went, but I'm gonna find you. I will run the stars for 1,000,000 miles to catch up to you, to catch up to you. At light speed.
Oh, what's up, boys? Live. Okay, my neck kind of hurts. Fuck, what the fuck? Let me start that over again. What's up, boys? I'm live. Let's do this shit. What's up?
Running through the stars, chasing after you. I don't know where you went, but I gotta do whatever it takes. I never take breaks, moving at light speed to catch up to you.
I wonder if. Damn, I'm a little bit tired. I just came back from watching the new, whatchamacallit, new Deadpool movie.
Ad Astra at
It was a 2-hour movie, chat.
Thank
I'm
you
kinda,
for
actually kind of tired, unironically. Fuck.
Ad
I should have
Astra.
taken a nap, but I don't want to be late for stream. I mean, I'm already in semi-late, but still. But still. Why is this resetting every single time when I don't give a fuck? I guess. I mean, I'll wait finish that. I guess let's. What is it? Ooh.
Let me breathe,
Hmm.
Overruled. This is where you fall. Laid bare.
And we're done with Genshin. And we're done with Genshin. What is all okay? Hey, what? What is all this? Did I answer this already? Oh, we did. Okay. Oh, it's a quick Genshin segment. I think that was like 5 minutes. Or just me doing whatchamacallit? Just farming resin basically. Gotcha, I was looking at Steam stuff. Don't worry. I'm just looking at Steam stuff. I'm launching Guardian until the map. Don't worry, my Steam should load. Yeah. One part I can look.
What am I doing here in the middle of the night? Why am I not in bed holding loved ones tight? Am I afraid of missing out? Or are my thoughts up and about? Loving my work, questioning my job, raking in cash with a tired saw. What am I doing alone out here? Wanna be loved, held close and dear.
On a bed, get some sleep. Think ahead, not too deep.
Leaving the house, dark outside.
Did I change the category to details?
Scared of myself.
I did.
Shadow friend. Waiting for love.
Close app because each shells isn't responding. You fucking kidding me? As always.
But then there is something in the way. Don't know what it is, but it's not okay. Need to figure it out rather quick, or the head will hit a wall out of break. What am I doing here? From what do I hide? Why am I questioning if
Still loading?
everything
Goddamn.
is right? Am I afraid of disappointing everyone? A chances to heal long gone. Not sitting clear, I finally know I need to find help, don't say no. What am I doing alone out here? Wanna be loved, held close and dear.
Cool.
Come to bed, get some sleep. I'll hold your head, my love is here. Leaving the house, dark outside. Scared of myself, shadow friend. Waiting for love, help and more. Wanna be seen evermore.
Isn't Dual Liberty already out? Why is it saying coming soon on Steam? That's kind of weird.
Don't know what it is, but it's not okay. Need to figure it out rather quick, or the head will hit a wall out of breath.
Why is hentai games under RPG? There's something not understanding here. Oh shit, the first part start. You know my ass is bored. I'm looking through Steam for a new game to. I am actually just dumpster diving. Steam dumpster diving. Okay, I'm just looking at some of this shit.
The time is right.
Let him have it!
Hour is and we're in the velvet.
Eh. Eh. They should have got They should have got hentai games now as RPG. Why is it tagged RPG? Sorry, I was looking through Steam chat. Don't mind me. Oh, you know what? Should I boot up RuneScape? Am I that bored I would boot up RuneScape? Fucking Zaffer would be like, told you so. If I actually did it. Whatever. Uh-huh. When it was out? No, it's coming soon. Cracking my neck feels good. I'm gonna keep cracking my neck throughout the whole stream chat. Sorry, I'm just, yeah. Why the hentai games on Steam tagged RPG? Looking through the RPG section. Let's sort out online fatal bullet. Is this fun? Sorry, give me a second, chat. I know I should delete details, but give me a second. Oh, it's the Gunga Online shit. It looks mid as hell. It looks mid as hell. It truly be looking mid as hell.
This is our only chance.
Concentrate, just run, get out!
No more
So much. Evils which
Is this the action-based or turn-based Persona? I think it's the turn-based one. Or mine. Bro, there's no way I'm just like that bored. I'm Steam dumpster diving right now. I'm actually that bored. I'm Steam dumpster diving. God damn. Anyways, let's go clear up these fucking chores and details. I don't want to stick on too long. We just started streaming. I already finished Genshin like in a fucking 5 minutes. Is there anything else I should buy? Was this always here? That must be plugged in. Anyways, let's sweep this shit real quick. Who again? Oh yeah, you, because I'm putting Garen. I heard he was good. Or some dog shit. I really wish he brought back the old co-op. The old co-op was more fun, because at least you could play with other people. This one's just kind of mid, I feel. It doesn't, like, motivate me to do the new co-op. To be honest. Bro, that new, whatchamacallit. That new Deadpool movie, actually pretty fucking good. They were not joking. People were not joking. It is actually pretty fucking good. I can't hate. It is actually pretty good. I mean, then again, I always like Deadpool, but like, does Deadpool X Wolverine team up? Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Is that it? Is that all we gotta do? I think so. Well, that was a good. We're just speeding by today. Alright, Aether Gazer next, I guess. And then we'll do some Limbacy. Maybe I'll go Steam dumpster diving and see what I got in my Steam list. I got some games I haven't played in a long time, but I also just want to see if I could buy some new games. I'm almost tempted to like try that new game, Dungeonborn or whatever the fuck. Dungeonborn. Dungeonborn sounds great, honestly. What's class of 09 that we up? Is this a hentai game? It says visual novel, comedy, dark humor, anime, female protagonist. Overwhelmingly positive. Why? Why is it overwhelmingly positive? There's also class of 09. What's the difference between class of 09 and class of 09 video?
Do you want to go to the library with me?
What the fuck is this game? Do you play video games to do conformist bitch shit like saving the world? Or are you a true Sigma who plays Class of 09 the re-up?
I'd rather do that than end up the dick-sucking girl at Hooters.
Play a real video game where you smoke indoors.
Emphysema? Never heard of her.
Robo-trip in public.
Is that cough medicine?
And meet the most realistic cop in the history of gaming. I want to fucking kill my wife. Don't have money? Don't worry. Rob a convenience store and buy 50 copies. If your mom doesn't like it, tell her to fuck off.
Kill your mom.
These anime girls don't want ramen and pock. lucky!
Kill your mom and I'm all yours.
They want you to murder your fucking parents!
This is why you're a virgin.
Don't be a conformist, loser!
Are you peer pressuring me?
Be Nicole!
Bitch, you do that shit.
Why is there a re-up though?
Is this what cam girls feel like?
I think cam girls do a little more than we did.
But at least they get paid.
Yeah, I'm good. That was weird. That was weird.
Monmar. This looks like the building. Mine, sir.
I'm only 24. This is how the world of work is.
Have your own understand.
Gonna spell
Clear your mind.
End this yet. You're open.
Password safe.
Okay, I want us to come
presents.
back though.
Begin. Now here.
Jesus Christ.
Into PC.
Oh, it's turn-based, I'm assuming. I'm assuming it's turn-based. Yeah, Wulong Fallen Destiny got mixed reviews and it has 20k reviews. That's wild. Let me clear AG real quick. I'm pretty sure it's gotta do some chores and that's it. Instead of fucking around looking at Steam games, I actually should like finish my current games. My neck hurts. Isn't this soon? In 3 days. God damn, isn't this like the same time as... This releases on the same time as Swords of Cavaleria. That's gonna suck. I kinda wish they released the story already so I could do some story today instead. And not on the same day as Swords of Cavaleria release. Kinda cringe. Then again, at least on the 31st, right? Which means like on a Wednesday. Do I stream that? Should I stream my rerolls on a Wednesday on my day off? Should I stream Swords of Cavaleria on my day off? Okay, this beat not bad. This is just music here. This beat actually not bad. I fucks with it. I fucks with it heavily. Heavily. Cool. Oh, okay, we're done with this shit. Might as well. Let's see what we got for Steam. Oh, right. I gotta. I don't know. I feel like I want a Steam dumpster dive today. I'm that bored. Despite being 3 days away from like new game release. Or new gacha game release. But basically new game. Let's be real. I might stream on Wednesday. Considering because my rerolls. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Either will shoot my rerolls or I might not shoot my rerolls on Wednesday. It'll probably just be. I don't know. I might just like clear all my Genshin dailies that day. Just skip Genshin that day. Just do it off stream. And everything else. Maybe after I get bored, not bored, but like whenever I'm done, I'll hop back on to like 8 gears and clear the story all on that day. That way we have the rest of the week to play Swords. We'll see. I gotta see. Gotta plan that out. You know what I'm jealous of? So like, I signed up for the closed pre-alpha of whatchamacallit? Legacy Steel and Sorcery and Steel and Sorcery, whatever. I didn't get in. How is this no spots? I thought it was like a really unheard of game, but apparently a lot of people signed up for it. And I'm just like, damn. And the closed offer is like today, pre-closed offer. So it's like, what the hell? Well, Saturday. Well, today is Saturday, but yeah, it's only for 1 day. I didn't get in. Sad. Me so sad I didn't get in. That's so sad. I wonder if there's any fun Digimon games, actually. Ironically. I haven't played a Digimon game in, like, ever, actually. The only Digimon game I ever played was, like, the one on the web browser.
Let me show you what I like. Let me show you. Let me show you what I like. Let me show you what I like. Let me show you. Let me show you what I like.
I missed all my attacks there. Holy shit, because they all died to. Oh. No? No what? No, Cruz, what are you saying no to? In regards to what? The only good Digimon game is still Cyber Sleuth? The fuck is Cyber Sleuth? I don't know why like big game companies just don't make proper video games. Like make up like for Nintendo, for example. I don't know why they make a proper Pokemon MMO. Everybody wants one, they don't make one. They know there's a market for it. They refuse to make one. I mean, I guess it's easier to make more money just selling console tapes of Pokemon the game instead of as an MMO, and just selling handhelds every year, I guess. And same with Digimon, like kind of weird. I have really been restless this past week, I guess.
Let me show you what I like. Let me show you. Let me show you what I like. Switch it up on 'em.
Oh, I already finished all my Moon hand cards? You're making a fucking game of Inazuma 11? I'm still Steam dumpster diving. Don't mind me, Chad. I literally bought almost everything out. I guess I should buy this out as well. This is semi-important. Could have sworn Dawn of Liberty was out, but I guess I could be wrong. For some reason, it says coming soon on Steam. Oh, wait, what? Fiber of Ruina. These are my suggested list. Fucking goddamn it. Did this reset yet? No, I think I did this yesterday, so I didn't reset yet. Fuck. Ah, I'm pretty sure I got all the rewards though. I did. It's funny if you just do 2 of the hardest difficulty points now, you can clear this in 2 fights instead of like 3 fights. It used to be just you clear 3 fights, you get all the rewards. Now you clear 2 fights and you get all the rewards because of the point distribution. Because you get like higher points for this, which is weird, but yeah. The light type, done the type. Okay. Do I have a light type I could use? I'll use an ice type. Oh no, Cyrus type. Actually, I'll use an ice type. And then I'll save the Dungeon for the last one. Yeah, let's fuck it. Let's fuck with ice. I haven't used ice in a long time. Ice is supposed to be OP, and I guess it is. Because you just freeze enemies. That's 1 numero uno down. That's 2 numero. Wait, was this supposed to be hard? This is on the hardest difficulty, no? Ice Team don't fuck around. Okay. Ice Team really don't fuck around. God damn. This is light bulb too. Now using icing really don't fuck around. God damn. Do I have to do gotcha? Nope, we already like maxed out the points already. So this is done. DV, I already finished. Hell, this custom. Yeah, it's pretty much. I'm kind of done. You know what? Hold up. Because I see that, I will do it. Ooh. 4. Oh, yeah, 160. I will do that because I see an S rank after 2 free refreshes. I think the funny thing is that I've just been waiting so long for Swords of Conflict to come out. I'm just like impatient. Maybe that's why I'm so listless, or just so bored. Cause like nothing can entertain me right now other than like just playing action games, I suppose. Straight up. Warframe, huh? The arrogant kaiju princess and the detective sir. Oh my god, it's a fucking hentai. It's a pretty good looking hentai. Why is it under RPG? I don't understand. One Piece Odyssey. Honestly, I'm almost bored enough to say yeah, almost. But now I have to start a new game, and it's 3 days before I start a new game. I don't know about that. I should just shit tight and just like watch videos for the next 3 fucking days. Just chillax, just chill out, chill the fuck out. Don't add more to your plate than you really need, especially because August is gonna be packed. Got Gundam Breaker Sword, Mecha Break Open Beta, Swords of Cavalleria. Like I should really just chill the fuck out. Is a new announcement? Oh yeah, the collaboration event with some fucking aquarium. Or some summer ocean thingy. I kind of wish I had this, but also at the same time, I don't really give a shit. But because I like this office view, anyways. Damn, y'all got some low energies. That sucks, girls. Y'all want me to plate your ass? I'll do it. Fine. If it wasn't for the fact that actually I had to do heart links with dorms, I wouldn't be doing this dog shit. Why are you mad? Oh. Also, you're not earning as much as I thought y'all would. Right? Not crazy? Maybe because I'm just early, but I need to buy enough for a dorm. Oh, I'm actually almost there. Actually, I'm on it. 210 ohm. How much for a dorm again? 800. You can go fuck yourselves. When does it start getting easier? When do I earn the big bucks? Also with them AG. Play some Limbossy. But we're not even an hour into the fucking stream. I'm on fucking Limbus. God damn. I have no content! We're 48 minutes into the stream. I'm already on Limbus. This is what happens when they make Genshin dailies even shorter by 1 second. As in, I literally clear Genshin dailies in 1 second now. I actually upload content. Insane. I'm still gonna go do Steam dumpster diving. I'll be honest, I thought it was a hentai, because it says 3-on-3 freestyle rebound, but then I see mixed reviews and I don't see the hentai tag. It's the Luster Crown of Magister. Looks mid as hell. No offense. Atelier Riser, Darkness and the Secret Hideout. Oh, it's turn-based. What was I doing? Condensing my resin. I'll do my obligatory one summon. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. I don't actually just give a fuck. I'll be honest. I didn't get it. Unlucky. When is this banner ending? Next month. As in next week, next month. Got it. Dynasty Warriors Extreme Legends Complete Edition. Jesus, 66% off. Why? Yeah, I'm good. While I'm on it, I'm just gonna look at games on Steam. Unironically. Persona 4 Golden. Summoner's War Chronicles. Does it have any relation to the Summoner's War gacha? Doesn't look like it. Oh right, yeah, I forgot. I guess I gotta book you. Have fun with that. There's a lot of hentai games on Steam now, huh? I've never actually noticed it before until now, as I'm going to do Steam dumpster diving, but there's a lot of hentai games on Steam. Oh my god. Like a lot of hentai games. What a while. Oh, I remember Mad Benogi. That old ass MMO. Did they ever update the graphics for Mad Benogi? Then again, it's a next time MMO. I don't trust it. Three stack, nice. Can't use a 3-stack book. What's Blue Reflection? JRPG, female protagonist, RPG, cute LGBTQ plus. Oh. I'm assuming it's a lesbian rom-com type game. Yes? Looks like it because it's a blue production second light. Orc massage. Oh, it's a hentai game. I don't know why I got otherwise. Oh, I know EverQuest! Yo! EverQuest! I remember... which one it was? I think one of my parents' roommates. They had a laptop with them, right? They also had like the disc for EverQuest. And like, it was the trial version, so I just spent my days playing that shit one summer. Playing the trial version over and over. Until I got good at just not dying. That was funny. Getting good on the trial version of EverQuest, which is like basically the tutorial version. Gucci, how much damage you do? And it did okay. Oh! Ilus. There's a lot of hentai on Steam as I keep scrolling down. Sex of Thrones. There's also a dragon. That time I got reincarnated as a slime Isekai Chronicles. Free purchase. What? That looks mid as hell. That looks mid as hell. I just saw the preview. Mid as hell. I'll be honest, with the way they price these hentai games, I would not be surprised they do really fucking well. Because they price them around $10 to $20. So I would not be surprised if they did really fucking well. Arrow Trap Dungeon Roguelike. A hentai roguelike dungeon. Oh. Bro, I have this tag on the RPG setting. Whatever. No Steam dump study. Bleach Braves. Isn't this a gacha game? What? I wonder if people still play EverQuest. Unironically, hold up, because I see it on sale. I don't actually know. Also, we're done with Olympus. But I guess we'll go to the video section. Actually, you know what? Let's go see. I want to see. Where was it? EverQuest 2 or EverQuest 1? I guess we can see EverQuest 2 Steam charts. But it is an MMO, but I just want to see if people play it. So. 275 people still play EverQuest. Well, today was 300. Huh, they've been doing. They got players back. I wonder if it was a new update. Damn, they were never that big though. 233. They were never that big. This was a small ass game. Jesus. What EverQuest? The first one. The first EverQuest has a higher player base than the second one. 417. What? 985 peak. What the fuck? What makes the first EverQuest more popular than the second one? Let's watch some videos actually. There are some videos I actually I do want to watch. I left it in the history so I can watch it together with you guys. So you know, go me, yay, 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 yay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Wait, I wanted to see this. I want to see this. Yay. The mystery shit. Who's Zing Zong Chan, the dog meat general? Sounds like a fine gentleman. Sure. SCP-1630 Human Food Pyramid. Yeah, sure, why the fuck. There was a video I wanted to watch earlier, but now I don't see them on recommend anymore because I fucking refresh. It's no fucking reason. Man, I'm so hyped. Robert Downey Jr. is like fucking coming back to the Marvel franchise, I guess. Oh yeah, we can see this. Lacey Games? Isn't this a video we saw before the cruise? You can link me fucking I forgot what it was called. But I remember Lacey Games. And now Game Theory is doing a fucking game theory on Lacey Games. That's wild. Because I remember Lacey Games. It wasn't done by Game Theory. It was done by like a different guy that you linked the video to. It was like a dark type of shit. Wild that Game Theory is doing it. Very wild. Transformers 1? Oh no, I know what this is. I know what this is. Oh, let's check this out. I haven't seen no text to speech in a while. Oh, you know what? Also, I did say I would do this. My Secular's Girlfriend series. Yeah, why not fucking from Everybody Media. Because I didn't see that series for some reason, and I picked up the fucking most recent one by accident. And there's nothing else to watch anyway, so we can watch that. All right. The new Wayne William Johnson video. That's lit. Oh, I know what I wanted to see. There was a video in my recommended. I wonder if it's gonna pop up. Maybe I click on one of the links, it will pop up.
In an alternate reality.
And then here we go. Dr. Doom becomes Iron Man. Infamous Iron Man.
Okay, so as a general rule, when it comes to comic
7 years ago. We can check this out. Okay. Got a couple of videos.
It is just Lacey Game.
Ladies and
So this guy
What do we watch first though? These are all very interesting videos. Oh! I bought Taiwan's most expensive noodle. Yeah, I love noodles! You get me, man. You get me. You get me. Japanese ad that just doesn't let you blink, huh? What the fuck? Ain't no fucking way. God damn! I've already blinked 3 times. Oh! She almost blinked.
Yes.
Why would you risk that?
世界中がこのアジアの女性に注目しています。ついに世界記録へのカウントダウンです。
Oh my god, it's selling chocolate. Are you serious? That just gave... The meme of Japan's most embarrassing man. Yeah, why not? I don't know why it played to that, but alright, fuck it, why not? Actually, do you have any other videos?
In this video,
honestly, let's also see some fucking real Japanese ads. That reminds me. There's one video that I was watching. This channel is actually fucking funny. I saw this earlier. I was like, holy shit, this is actually funny. And I wish I had a friend like this in real life. Like, I would like to do this. It looks fun and dumb. Damn. 0 for 2. Oh no. Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Why you went again? Oh, you got fucked. You got fucked, boy. Ooh. Ooh. Oh! I felt that. I felt that. Bro, you suck at this. He keeps getting you. Oh my god. I heard that clap from a... Not clap, but like that snap from far away. Holy shit. Oh ho ho ho. He got him! You really suck at this, goddamn! The green guy losing to the pink guy. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, you was too cocky. Oh no. Oh my god, that's BM. Yo! Whoa! Sissy channel. 118. Is it the same channel? Why is it different? Anyways, yeah, that was funny. I don't know why I thought that was funny, but that was funny.
新製品ゴリラ一丁だじょ。
All this makes me want to do is eat some ramen noodles. Unironically. Is that a part-time job advertisement?
誰？仲間だしん。仲間じゃないよあんたなんか。え、ジバニャンは猫科だよ。
モンストと妖怪ウォッチプニプニがコラボだしん。
顔くれ。ちょっとあんた、なんで上がるのよ。私女優よ。女優の私に登らせるわけ？あ、ちょっと陰血。
God damn!
貧血なんだから。
グミサプリ、ユーハ味覚糖。
どうしてくれんのよ。
Damn.
大事な話があるんだ。俺もあるっす。いい店長さん。焼きそばにマヨビームでこってりっす。
気持ちいい。
こってりーっす。マヨビームでこってり自由に食べるっす。明星一平ちゃん。こってり。
I should buy one of those. Those instant yakisoba noodles. One of these is I should.
Happy birthday ふてにゃん。ふてにゃん60歳おめでとう。
60歳どういうこと？
そう、ふてにゃんは人間で言えば60歳。そしてワイモバイルの簡単スマホは60歳以上通話無料。
イエーイ。
ワイモバー。60歳以上は通話が無料だと。
感無料です。
今なら見守りグッズもらえる。得して生きよう。ワイモバイル。
ポテナポテトのポテトまで。とってなポテラのポテラ。
とってもポテトなポテト丸新発売ベビースター。
カプリコの開け方が楽しくなったぞ。その名もウキウキオープンだ。ぐるぐるウキウキぐるウキぐるウ かけるウキウキオープンは
あげる時からウキウキするぞぐるぐるぐるぐるウキウキ
ウキウキオープンに君もチャレンジしてみないか
ジャイアントカプリコ
食感も楽しめるミントキャンディーなミントな感じで
ミントって他にも結構あるよね。
一つ食べてみてください。ミント
紹介超小粒ミントキャンディ
The Japanese really love their candy, huh?
P 君のいる街はいつも楽しいが溢れている。P 君の P アーク。
シックスパックプロテインバーは1本でタンパク質 20g。 理想の体に必要なタンパク質が美味しくなれます。バズーカ岡田です。
プロが作ったプロテインバ
Damn.
ー6パック。
よろしくお願いします。
飲んだ後のアイスってどうしても食べたくなっちゃう。いけない？我慢なんてもったいない。アイスは素直へ。
明治。
皆さんキノコの山が十数年ぶりのリニューアル。この美味しいクラッカーもっと美味しくなったんです。タケノコ島に勝ったも同然。
お黙りなさい。タケノコの里ももっと美味しくリニューアルよ。クッキーがアンストッパボー。
クラッカーもアンストッパボー。新しくなって再選挙。キノコタケノ
The JPs really do love their candies, huh?
国民総選挙2019始まる。
バイトするならタウンワーク。リクルート。
レモンサワーって面白いですよね。
ええ、味付けやアルコールの強弱で表情がガラッと変わります。優しい味の蜂蜜レモン、正統派の定番レモン、キリッと強めの塩レモン、そして鬼の9%鬼レモン。
調理するように丁寧に作りました。選べる4つの度数。
Is that a beer? It's a beer.
鬼嬉しい。
Oh, it's a bear.
なんだあのビーム。意味不明ですね。
所長、緑ちゃんまた応募欲しいな。
何のことで。
青田さんどうするんですか。リキュー邪魔はさせない。夢に向かって
This better not be another candy ad. No, it's not. It's an air freshener ad. Fair enough. I was about to say, that better not be another fucking candy ad.
ロッキー、ソニポンよりかっこいい。ソニポン？ロッキー、ソニポンより加速いいね。だからソニポンって。
新 GUSUV ロッキーデビューダイハツ。
どうよ原田ちゃん。
いやこれちょっとルート外れてんじゃないかなって。
さっきのでかい惑星引力強そうだったからね。はいしんちゃん。
ワープしてロストを取り戻そう。発見。
仕事早いっすね。この辺惑星多いからな。はい。飛ばすなら気ぃつけろよ。わかりました。
宇宙船の教習試験うちの組でトップだったらしいです。
じゃあ大丈夫か。トップだったの筆記だけなんですよ。実技は最下位です。ゆっくり行こうや。一人じゃない一人じゃない。
働く人よ。混ざり合って超えてゆけ。ライドブレンダー。
What is that? A drink? Energy drink?
やべ、昼休み終わりだ。
まだ遊び来るわ。
仕事バイト探しはいいの。行くよ。1週間のハッピー。
There we go. More Japanese snacks.
次、
I ain't gonna. I kind of want one of these right now. I do kind of want some ice cream right now. Oh shit!
Pokemon 新時代始まる。任天堂スイッチポケットモンスターソードシールド。
All right, because it's in 2020.
明治芳醇なラム酒と白ぶどうがやばいです。香り高いブランデーとオレンジピールがやばいです。
You know what's weird? Like, I remember growing up watching commercial ads of, like, you know, luxury chocolates, sometimes watches or whatever the fuck. I don't see that nowadays in American television. I mean, like, you know, chocolate ads. That is kind of weird.
あなたの知らない洋酒チョコ明治
Good that I also don't watch TV anymore, but like, still.
メルティーキスから
お願いします。
最高のコロロは匠の技から生まれる。
What is that?
嘘です。嘘のように本物の味、コロロ。
Oh, it's a snack. More candy. They didn't really like their candy, huh?
家でもこの味飲みたいな。晩酌にもプロの野球とプロの味。はい、こだわり酒場のレモンサワー。プロが認めたレモンサワーの。ど真ん中。確かに。ね。サントリー。お店でも。
強くなれゾロ。
Zoro? Wait, what?
ゾロ17歳。サントリー。俺は世界一の剣豪になる。
What is this One Piece stuff? Wait, what?
いらない。約束したんだ。
Zoro if he was in a contemporary school life anime.
もう二度と負けねえから。
ハングリーデイズカップヌードル
God damn.
かっこいい。
Okay, I gotta admit, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. I can't even fucking hate. God damn, that's pretty good.
Just need to get this Konami wrapper off. So it's a pain to get this off. I'll just skip forward. Give me a minute. Okay, got the Konami wrapper off. It's time to open the tin. There's 3 mega packs inside.
I wonder how much this costs.
22 tin of the Paragods, as you can see. I believe there's 18 in each pack.
Bro got the pay to win pack, huh?
That's out of the way. Let's get the first one open.
Are they all shinies? No, not all shinies. Disappointment. Armed Dragon Thunder, level 5.
I need to cut my nails, man. I'll cut them in the next video. Armed Dragon Thunder, level 5. Not bad first card. Parametalaphos Azortless. Man, not a great start with the pronunciation. These cards. Black Eyes for Plunder Patrol Sea Guide. White Baking.
I'm be honest. These cards look like they suck ass.
Dude there.
You must have gotten scammed.
Gizmek Naki the Sunrise Signaler.
What impressive looking art of a card? Why is stats so dog shit? You can tribute one machine monster whose attack goes into its own defense. Search something from your deck, and one machine monster that goes into the lower level to choose. After your hand, one of your banners face down. Ass. This sucks ass.
Harponica, Mystical Beast of the Forest. Not a bad card. Pretty cool art on it.
Ooh, we got a hollow.
Hollow. Beast
Super
King
rare.
Unleashed. Trap card.
Looks kind of
Feel
whack.
free to read it.
Oh, another hollow.
Is this? I'm pretty sure this card's actually pretty rare. I'll check it out. Hollow, Ghost Reaper, and Winter Cherries. I'll put these on in sleeves after the video.
Oh, whoa! An
I'll
ultra
do a
rare.
recap before the hollows. Ooh.
Garrow More Dragon
I love the
Shell.
artwork on this card. Game of a Dragon Shell. It's got a white background and this yellow thunder bird thing. And I like the artwork on this. I think I've got pretty good cards so far out of this.
Apex Predator.
It was, if you don't know, I bought this tin for £13 off Amazon once again. I just buy most of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards off Amazon. Then, if I'm not mistaken, this is a super rare Apex Predation trap card. And if you control normal monster, summon/set monster, destroy all special summon monsters on the field until the end of your next turn. After this card is activated, you cannot normal summon or set, normal summon/set. You can only activate one Apex Predation per turn.
Oh, Ash Blossom! Well, you made your money back. My man got an Ash Blossom.
Static Lines, or whatever it is.
Isn't that secret rare? Because it's rainbow text?
Ash Blossom, Enjoy Your Spring.
Isn't that secret rare? Or am I bugging?
Kid Fox thing. I need to catch up on Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I don't know what some of these cards are, because I've not really watched it. I feel like
Ash
when you watch
meta.
Yu-Gi-Oh! You like feel more. Yeah, you feel more attached to your cards. Like I watched like the original Yu-Gi-Oh! And like some of the Zach, so I didn't really watch it in order. I watched a little bit of GX, the one after Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, but I didn't really finish that. So I'm currently rewatching Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, and then I'm gonna watch GX and just watch it all in order. So then we have Pendulum Treasure. It's a spell card. Add one Pendulum monster from your deck to your extra deck face up. You can only activate.
Don't actually read the cards. I don't give a shit about no dog shit rare card.
Ice Jade Cradle. Spell card. Add one Ice Jade monster from
He's actually reading the
your
fucking card.
wipe. Tribute one.
Gunkin
We have an XYZ card here. Gunkan. I mean, not hollow or anything, but it's a fusion card. 4,000 attack, 4,000 defense. Seems to fuse insect monsters. Really need to come in else, man. Pokemon. Then
the only good card you got there was Ash Blossom.
to the next pack.
What?
I believe we got a pretty good pack the first time.
Bro, we got scammed. Well, no, I guess Ash Blossom is worth a lot, actually.
Sorry about that. Converging Worlds Dragon.
Ash Blossom is actually worth a lot.
Not gonna bother to read all that. Ghost.
Did you just get two?
Yokai. Little lizard ghost thing. Like one of those yokai things. That's like a weird signature thing of yokais. That little flame above them. Or at least always seems to be like anime and stuff.
Oh, never mind. I thought you got two.
Masters Dipolan. Seems to be a verse. Sorry.
Sorry. I mean, it's okay. It's a beast stick
Sushi.
monster.
Being crafted by machines.
Gunken sushi ship. Oh no.
Red pile. And then Virtual World Gate Ixuan Wu. If you're ready to build the this one has pretty awesome art too. Look at the horns on that.
Oh, that's not bad actually.
Quite a long card since. The last time we used Dark Cards to takes Nation ultra rare.
Pretty sure that's secret rare. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's secret rare.
From normal cards.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Insect.
Maybe I'm missing up my Yu-Gi-Oh.
Worth to judge for yourself, in my opinion. Feel free to judge that for yourself. Guitar Gunnard's Duo Narrative for Underroot spell card. Gunkan Sunship, Ikora.
So they make ships out of sushi.
Something written. Scream Guard, Focus. Then Traps and Maxwell, Ultra, if I'm not mistaken, Ghost, Bell, Haunted
I
Mansion.
feel like Rainbow Text is secret.
Absolute Cap. Oh, that's it for here. Spell.
Damn, bro, you got scammed. The only thing good was the Ash Blossom. I'm pretty sure.
That's it for today's video then. Hope you enjoyed.
I thought there would be interesting god cards because it says Yu-Gi-Oh! Tin of the Pharaoh God. I guess I was wrong. I could have sworn there had been god cards. That sucks.
Gentlemen, put on your hazmat suits because we're diving into the depths of Discord degeneracy and observing the most parasitic creatures that exist on Discord. E-girls. And not just normal e-girls, I'm talking about the entitled, delusional e-girls who will try to get you, a lonely man that hasn't.
I bought this, you should pay for it. Emotes 160, art 40, gacha pose 170, makeup 150, Kirby Butch, what the fuck is this?
Felt the touch of a woman to pay their bills and buy them stuff because having a job like the rest of the world is just too
What do you mean gacha pose 170? What gacha you playing?
tough for a princess like me. Anyways, my depraved journey starts off with this TikTok, which I was sent by a viewer. It says, finessing my sugar daddy with this 100% not fake and set up conversation. But our Discord e-kitten here wants this plushie, and how much is it? $250? What the fuck? And sugar daddy number 3 says, oh wow, that's expensive. We're just gonna pretend that there's only a sugar daddy 3. 1 and 2 died in a fierce car accident. But sugar daddy number 3 says, check your cash app. And if we go to this person's cash app, they got sent $250 and $500 and $200. I'm gonna spend all that money on therapy. And this was all sent by the same guy, by the way. Now, I was really hoping this was satire, but it turns out this person has another video that says, when people realize they can just talk on Discord to make money, and they show off their cash app, flexing to people that they made $13,000 by being an e-girl on Discord.
What the fuck?
Now, these people are kind of like the Andrew Tate disease that infected men, but for women. I guess Andrea Tate or something. They're flexing all this money without telling you the truth. No one is gonna send you $400 unless you work for it. And in the case of working for it as a Discord e-girl, that means sending photos. I'm trying to say that the photos won't have any clothes in them, okay? And what that means is that this TikTok with 3.6 million views is basically this person telling 3.6 million people that they sent photos of their cooter to people on the computer. And I want to point out that there is a big issue with this. It's the fact that this video is on TikTok, which is mainly for teenagers, and anyone that has felt the depression of paying their bills would never spend $150 on a stupid fucking plushie. This clearly is a girly girl aesthetic for teenagers.
I would not. I would say fuck the right off. Go find somebody else. My money's for me and my gacha pose.
Which is a recipe for disaster, but maybe you know what? Maybe I'm making things up in my brain. So I went to the comments and there's messages like this. I am literally this close, I guess they're doing sign language or something, to becoming a Discord kitten because I won't that bag, baby. I can't spell. I use emojis. I have a vampire guy as my profile picture. And I also went to their
probably 14 or 16.
TikTok page and they are a teenager. Anyways, I went to the Discord e-kittens profile and there's a Discord server, and this is either going to be Epstein Island or it's going to be a bunch of teenage boys and girls, because yes, boys will, I can be an e-kitten if I want to, I just want all this money. So I joined this server and I was genuinely relieved, because in this server there is absolutely nothing about being an e-girl. It turns out those TikTok,
you know, most of them don't actually trust those e-girls being actual e-girls unless they stream or post a video themselves. I wouldn't even watch them, Bruce. I would not even give them the time of fucking day, because I could literally do anything else than pay attention or watch some e-girl stream. I'll be honest. My time is spent watching other videos. I'm just shocked and appalled people believe this.
Were just to advertise this piece of shit Discord server. But fortunately for me, I was looking for degeneracy and I found it in this Discord server, because when I joined it, Yag PDP gave me a message saying, join our backup server for the ban appeal and any prices and invites to our other servers.
I feel like if you join this server, your Discord account is getting hacked. You're just pure eye candy with ego stream. You hope they take nice pics on Instagram and then that's it. Yeah, and then some of us just go look up porn online instead of looking at dog shit eye candy. To be fair.
It seems like the money has dried out for that e-girl on TikTok because now they're selling roles on a Discord server. You can pay.
You selling rolls? Porn's too special to me. Amateur porn. Whatever suits you. I don't know. Hentai. I don't know. Shit. Honestly, I just like it's a naked girl. There's free nudes online. I don't think you have to pay for nudes. I don't know how these guys doing it, but yeah.
Pay $25 to be mod, or $170 to be owner, or $10 to get unbanned, or $20 to ban a friend. Guys, I'm going to be honest for a second. My job is talking about Discord. I'm on the internet basically 24/7. I am a loser. And even I'm looking at this and saying, how much of a loser do you need to be to actually spend money on any of this? Oh, and there's bundles too. What a good deal. Anyways, this whole entire Discord server was an absolute waste of time, and I needed to find a real degenerate server. So I went on Discord. Now, Discord
What
is
the
an
fuck is
unmoderated
Discord?
piece of garbage website filled with the most disgusting Discord servers imaginable.
Is Discord just Discord but unmoderated?
When I was researching this video, do you want to know the first thing that I saw when I opened up Discord and I scrolled down? Well, I saw this server here. It has
No?
tags such as NSFW and selling photos with no clothing. And the
It's just
description
Discord
reads,
search?
"Hi, I'm blank,
Oh.
14 years old.
Oh,
What the absolute is
you getting banned? You don't just advertise that. I mean, Twitch bans you for that.
going on
Do they ban it on Discord? Pretty sure you just report them, they just get banned.
this website? Now, we aren't even close to the end of the video, but at this point, I feel sick to my stomach, so I just want to see if there's maybe some weird Discord
I will love that so much. ... H blank ping the floor while you spend ... watching as my paycheck gets smaller and smaller ... Your incredible goddess Chloe ... Who the fuck? Haven't seen any plans to get laid down on Discord, don't give two shit. That's wild. I'm trying to figure out what H blank ping is. Do they mean humping? Oh, it's humping. Got it.
servers with some down bad fellas in it that we could just
I can tell, this guy's typing on a phone. Because, only phone will auto-capitalize your words after a period. You see how this H is capitalized after this period? As well as this W is capitalized after this period? And this Y as well? Yeah.
laugh about together.
So it is a kid. This is a kid. This a kid.
And while I was
Because you sure as hell not typing this shit on your PC with your parents home.
going through Discord, I stumbled across this tag called Findom, and I guess I was too innocent to know what this means because I actually had to Google it. Financial domination. It's one of those intercourse DLC lifestyle.
Oh, that's whack. Findom. That's whack.
In which someone gives gifts or money to someone who is financially dominant. We are getting into some freaky deaky shit. So I perused Discord for the Findom tags, and I came across this Discord server here. Melanie's banner with a very happy anime girl. Nice, it makes you feel nice and welcome. So I joined the server, and I went into the server.
Wait, hold up.
Anime girl. Nice. It makes you
Dedicated server for me, anyone who... I can't read the thing. Dedicated for anyone who wishes to worship me. Behind the scenes of AI / Phantom / Not Safe for Bigfoot Plus / Findom content. Fandom based with a side of Findom. Dommies will be banned, not an RP server. I got banned Dommies for. You can't have two Dommies in a server?
across this Discord
Findom, the Findom sounds fucking terrible considering they have control of your financial wallet.
server here.
don't
Melanie's
think so.
banner with a very happy anime girl. Nice, it makes you feel nice and welcome.
That's
so
whack.
I joined the server, and I went into the
That's what I meant by that.
server info channel.
pretty
What
detailed.
is this server about? This is a community
Financial dominance does not sound not degen to me.
server that I made, mainly used to worship me as a dom, such as incorporating findom to spoil me with gifts. Oh, but you aren't obligated to participate in findom if you're not comfortable with it. But that's kind of the whole point. I just want you guys to give me free stuff. But I want to point out that there are no other doms allowed. No, and it is non-negotiable. This Melanie lady doesn't want any of those slimy, money-stealing women to take your money. Except Melanie can do it. Anyways, getting into the mindset of someone who would send a woman money for absolutely no reason.
Probably terrible when your wife finds out, or somebody's might find out.
By jumping down the stairs a little bit. I see big text saying click link to serve me. I click on big link and it turns out there's a Google Docs form for an application. Oh, we're really going through this. I hate myself. Welcome to Melanie's sub application form.
I hate this already. Let me know how anyone joins this Discord though by apparently using that Discord search bar.
DM me when you complete this form. A minimum of $50 must be sent along with the application form in order to be considered. You have to send $50 for an application fee. Now the theme of Melanie's Discord server is complete delusion, because if you go through this application form, they talk about what's findom, and then there's budget dedicated to this monthly. And the
$0, get a fucking job. You will let you enjoy my wallet? No, you will not.
Minimum budget is $300 to $500 a month. Boys, with $500, you could actually treat a real life girlfriend quite well. Instead of sending it to some random girl on
Very true.
The internet.
If you go on $500 dates, your girlfriend will love you.
The down bad degeneracy doesn't stop there. Because in your application, you get to pick how you want to be treated. Do you want to be treated dynamically? Like, a normal human being. She will try to personally get to know you more and see if you're a good fit for each other. I like the word if.
Human
if you're not
ATM.
A good fit, she's not going to bother. If that's something you want, you could be a human ATM. I will treat you as such, and you'll just be a personal wallet for me. There are people out there that will genuinely click on this button and be excited about it. Please spend that $500 on therapy every month. Now, I'm not going to fill out this application because I actually have dignity, but I went to the server's announcements channel and ladies and gentlemen, this person is 22.
Not going to jail!
Now, I just got a paycheck from a sponsor and I'm looking to spend it on some beautiful women and to make myself feel even more empty inside. So how does this wonderful lady look? And well, there's a channel called Madame Posts. And inside this channel, there are tweets that Madame Melanie has posted. Do you want to know what's really hot? Well-adjusted subs. I mean, they actually have a life outside of giving women money. Someone to just be here because they love serving women and they love to give up their finances to the
probably not, considering she's an anime pic.
Simply because she deserves it. Translation for the people that aren't as delusional as Melanie. Melanie wants people to just give her money and actually have a life and not talk to her. Honey, Melanie, you have to work for money. That's just a constant in life. Unless you go to the casino, then you only have to work once and maybe you'll win big. I do not promote gambling. That just came into my brain. I'm sorry. She has a channel called Sens. And this when I looked at this, it blew my mind, to be completely honest. Because in this channel, she lists off the things that she buys. Emotes, $160. Art, $40. Gotcha pull. You have to pay for her gambling as well? What the? But she lists off all the things that she buys. She eats out quite a bit. She's sending all of these messages because she expects people to send her money to pay her back. I did not force you to spend $15 on chicken wings. Why the do I owe you money? This is some straight shit, I tell you. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to give someone $15 for food unless she's some sort of cutie patootie. So back to the Madam Post.
It's more like I won't understand what goes through the neckbeard's mind when they see this sport and think, oh man, this is great. I have no idea.
Channel we go.
I guess it's not well adjusted.
Oh, wait. Hold on for a second. You're telling me that I'm not even sending money to a real life woman. If I sent money, I'd be sending it to a 2D anime girl? This could be a dude for all I know.
Exactly. It is probably a dude.
I think things are starting to click for me now a little bit, because when I was going through the tweets, there was the word gens coming up a lot. Gens means generated images, because if we look back at this photo, this thing is AI generated. This isn't letters. What type of card is this? You know what? Sending money to 2D anime girls, fine. But sending it to AI 2D anime girls, that's where I draw the line. We've hit the gold mine of degeneracy right now. There's no way people are sending this person money, right? Like, let's see. Let's go to their wish tender, which is like where you like give people stuff for money or whatever. You have to censor a lot of these, but it doesn't seem like anyone's sending her money. All right, let's go back. Let's see Throne. Throne is the same thing. You just give people stuff. Nah. No.
But she's not getting money.
No. 93 gifters. Guys, I mean this from the
Wait, they are giving her money! So wrong. People are actually giving her money. $120, $92, $89. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. They're actually giving her money for AI generated hentai pics.
As a man who also has to deal with loneliness once in a while, sending an anime girl money won't help you at all. I don't even know if this is a girl either. This could be a dude doing this.
This is 100% a dude generating AI pics.
Thankfully for me, I did stumble across this tweet, which is a voice message. This will really tell us if it sounds like AI. This could be a dude, or it could just be a dude's voice who's really good at acting like a girl.
In the meantime, I guess I could just leave a little voice note for you.
I feel violated. I feel broken. I'm a shattered man. At least it's actually a girl this time. Now, I just need to paint a picture for a second. But if a small tip is $10, let's assume at bare minimum this is $920. So they made $920. But then there's this message here where they talk about how Wish Tender is shutting down, and they're sad because Wish Tender has been their saving grace ever since they came back. But if Throne has $920 and Wish Tender apparently is more, how much has this person made? Ladies and gentlemen, I have this tweet for you. I tabulated all my sends ever since I started Findom, and it's a 5-digit amount. This person has made more than $10,000. And if I had to guess, it's probably between $20,000 to $30,000. I thought dudes sending money to an AI anime girl was peak degeneracy.
I hate this so much.
We still got one more server left, and this server is with a real woman this time. It is again one of those Findom servers where you send a girl money, but you don't get nothing in return this time. In fact, you get put in the tributes channel where this person publicly shames you and calls you a pathetic loser for sending her money. People really like this, don't they? And you'll notice this is like $130. The next day, this is $180. The same day, $20. $185 on the same day. Yesterday, $90. There's a lot of dudes sending her money. But what
the fuck?
The special things about this server is
people are not well adjusted. They need to go to therapy.
The fact that it has a general chat with some absolute creatures on it that we get to look at. Oh, gee goody. And we're starting off with this fella here who just wants to vent real quick, you know? Nothing like a long day of work inventing to some random girl on the internet that you send money to. They just want to get something off their chest. They literally just got Omega scammed in real time because they sent this lady, a dom, some money yesterday for a pic, and he just realized that she deleted all her messages and blocked him.
I mean, you're getting scammed right now. Do you not realize you're getting scammed right now as well?
This dude just got scammed out of his money, and he's here again to get scammed even more. And that's just the start, baby, because there's this person here that said, I wish I had a girlfriend. You'll never get one. So work harder to find a job and make some money so you can fund our dates instead. Yes, goddess. This is why you're hopeless in the girlfriend department. This server is some degenerate shit. In this conversation with this creature that, oh, this guy's a can of worms, and we'll get back to him later, is talking with Goddess Chloe. I can't, Goddess Chloe. I want to say it normally, but Goddess Chloe says, think about how hot it'll be to watch your money go into my bank account. My brother in Christ, I get depressed when I have to pay my taxes and watch my money go to the government. I don't know how you guys...
Taxation is death, and I agree.
Find this hot. You guys are fucked. It's time to throw it back to the guy that got scammed because he sent money and the lady said, that's it? You can do better than that. I want more of your money. You heard me. Send more. If you send enough, I might reward you. So this guy sends even more money. He doubles the money because it's still not enough, and doubling it is still not enough. How much money do you have? And this guy's got $15, but you need lunch tomorrow. No, you don't. You can skip one meal. Give me your money. Chances are this dude has more than $15, but just likes being told that he can skip a meal. This is mind-numbing on every aspect.
I hate
Oh,
this.
but don't you worry,
This is
because
so
we
fucking
have pure
disturbing.
degeneracy coming up. Because this is not just a one-woman show. This girl has a boyfriend named Alpha. And what Alpha does in this server is he also humiliates people. You better pay mommy up. Alpha and I are so much better than all of you losers. We deserve all your money. I think both of y'all deserve a strong father figure in your life that is clearly missing.
I'm not finished.
Because this guy is saying, I could get a credit card or two for her and go into debt. Is that even a question? Of course you should open a credit card for me. Are you fucking kidding me? Since no one here has a father figure, I guess I gotta pretend I'm one for a second. But this woman should feel absolutely gross. Goddess Chloe is being a disgusting, greedy leech of a human being that doesn't have a job and can only survive because she scams people out of money, which puts them in credit card debt. And for the men that are doing this, sending someone money for attention, not gonna fix her loneliness.
She probably has nitro too from the men because this is an animated GIF. I mean GIF. Animated emote.
Ask all the people that donate money to Pokimane.
You're an idiot.
For the men in the server that sent this woman money, they're even worse than the girl herself. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the point of no return. You can
It gets
turn back
worse?
now and enjoy your happiness. But if you're
Says
still
that
here,
you are on the
we have
Discord,
one
right?
final
No, I'm not.
surprise in store for you.
Because I have
As I was
self-respect.
reading the general chat,
Obviously,
I came
these men
across
don't.
this conversation where this fella that we saw before was having like multiple pages of conversation. But it gets to the topic, of course, of this person sending money. And if you send enough money, then you'll get to see even more of my hot body. I'm just going to put a picture of like a big fat man so we're not creeped out or anything. Please don't tempt me, goddess. I'm not one of those. What do you mean by one of those?
You're already in this
please don't
Discord.
tell
You are
me
one of
what
those.
in the absent father figure is going on. 16.
Oh, she's going to jail. You're all going to jail. Shut this Discord down. Shut it all down. Y'all need to get right on that. Shut this godforsaken Discord down.
Years old.
Someone get her dad. Cut off her internet.
And doing all of this. What the fuck? All those people that were sending money are not just
It's
down
in New
bad
Jersey,
dudes.
so it's-
They're
no, it's not.
predators. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, right above it, account limited, not banned, limited by Discord. In fact, I know exactly what message got her reported because in her intro channel, she had like a thing, I'm 16, I sell content. Like it was basically an admission that Discord should ban her. And what did she get? Limited. And she's coming back tomorrow to again send illegal content. You know how Discord says they care about this stuff deeply? Bullshit. This is a child.
So Discord is supposed to ban her. And they didn't.
Putting themselves at risk, and Discord just limited the account. And you know what? I'm gonna care for this young lady because I'm gonna send her something special. It's called an NCMEC cyber tip line report. For
Oh,
putting
we
herself in danger.
snitching.
Discord's not gonna do anything. If
Just the one time where snitching is fine. The Discord does also in that server sus.
Discord can't do anything, then the feds
That
are
actually might be possible.
We're gonna do something, I hope. And again, it should be no surprise to anyone, by the way, I found this server on Discord. I'm a young high school brat. I sell super hot content, yet it's still on Discord. And we know Discord is garbage, but Discord limiting an account that runs a fucking fetch server.
114 members. Oh my fucking god.
This is clearly child exploitation, and they do nothing about it. What a fucking joke. So I want to give you guys an update, but after I recorded this whole thing, I spent the next 2.5 hours reporting every single thing I could to absolutely everyone. So I reported this to the cyber tip line, like I said, I reported all the bad servers on Discord to Discord, and I reported any bad messages directly to Discord. And
My hero. Report them all. Shut it all down.
It's been about 48 hours, and I want to show you what has happened and what is the outcome. Now, anytime you need to report something revolving around children in this no-no material, always send something to the cyber tip line. They're not going to be the fastest. They usually focus on people like driving out to meet kids and put those predators behind bars. That's very important and time sensitive, whereas this Discord stuff, it's just a lower priority, but it's always a good idea. It's kind of like your backup plan. So with Discord, I've talked about them probably about a year ago and how awful they were and how there was a bunch of bad servers, and and one of their staff members reached out to me and said, if there's anything bad with a server, you want to scroll down and you want to report this server. And the thing with Discord is that it says, where's the problem located? So if the problem is located inside of the Discord server, Discord says, nope, not our problem. You can report this to Discord, they'll deal with it. However, if you pick the other option, where's the problem located, in the listing, this is where you actually get to report the listing. But remember this one server where this person was 14 years old? Well, the listing is still up after 48 hours. Now, I'm not a very impatient guy, but when it comes to child safety, you know, making sure that 14-year-olds don't get groomed on Discord, my patience runs very thin, and I think 48 hours is pretty abysmal. And in terms of the server that we looked at, it's still up as well. Discord, like I said, pretty great example on how they're a piece of absolute garbage. They have, oh, you gotta report someone, but we don't look at it. And finally, it's time to talk about Discord, who made probably the biggest mistake in this video. And after 48 hours, what did they do? And ladies and gentlemen, one of my reports actually went through because there was a message in the intros channel, which I blurred out if you caught that in the video, which had some pretty suggestive photos. And that message did get reported and did get deleted by Discord. And do you want to know what Discord did? They didn't ban Chloe to try and keep her safe and off the internet. They just limited her account for a second time. You know, I'd write it off if they limited the account once because
hey, lose them a perfect Asian bat who's blank and
they're stupid. But this just shows either incompetence or malice. But now,
or the Discord devs are also in that server, like you said.
Now she's still here. I'm not going to scroll down through this thing, but again, it's just talking about adult content from someone that in their bio, again, says they're 16 years old. And this isn't even the most egregious message that I saw, because when I went to the announcements, again, Alpha and I are making content, DM to request custom content. This is the definition of holy f Discord, why aren't you banning this? If it has to come to me making a video on every single problem on Discord so it can actually get reported and taken down properly, you know, not just limiting an account of a minor that's sending this shit, then there's a problem. You know, Discord has failed as a company when the only hope we have in terms of these servers getting shut down is by some YouTube guy who makes videos about Discord and kisses people at the end of the video.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That is fucked up. Check out what we watch next. Okay.
Hey kids, today I've got another character study for you all, a man known as Zhang Zhengshang. In 1881, he was born into poverty in the Shandong region of China. His father was a head shaver, not a barber mind you. If a head shaver's a barber, then a ditch digger's an architect. He also moonlit as an alcoholic. His mom, meanwhile, was a literal practicing witch and exorcist, already a recipe for success. Zhang joined a group of roving bandits at age 20, as one does, right around the Xinhai Revolution, where the Qing dynasty was overthrown and the Republic of China was established. But in 1916, the kidneys of the nation's widely disliked monarchist leader done shat the bed, causing a power vacuum that ultimately led to what is known as the warlord era of the Republic. During this time, different regions of China were constantly shifting hands between a collection of separate military groups, all of whom were ruthless both to each other and to the people they ruled over. And through charisma, favors to the right people, and a keen sense of military pragmatism, our humble highwayman soon came to be one of these warlords. Now Zhang was quite skilled as the leader of war. After the Russian Civil War, he recruited thousands of fleeing white Russians, not beverages, but Bolshevik butchers, which bolstered his battalions and brought big bonuses to his bloodshed. He also made efficient use of armored trains, which proved to be highly cost-effective at transporting large amounts of troops and supplies. But that's not what you people care about. You want some clownage. Well, rest assured, Zhang was quite the character. Now, we all know the age-old debate between positive and negative reinforcement. On the one hand, if you treat people well, you'll probably get the same treatment back later down the line. But on the other hand, nobody's ever taught a tiger to jump through flaming hoops with just pets and temptations. And if you think that's messed up, that's because, well, yeah, it is. Circuses are fucking evil. But like all great leaders, Zhang knew how to appropriately apply both the carrot and the stick. As an example of the former, he defeated the forces of enemy General Wu Peifu largely by convincing members of his army to defect, with the promise that they could keep their original rank after switching sides, which he fulfilled. But then he was like, yeah, I don't know if my loyal men would be too happy about being outranked by strangers. Well, only one solution here. All my guys are ranking up. Problem was, so many officers were promoted that Zhang literally ran out of gold and silver to make new insignias. He was like, I gotta think about this. Went out for a smoke, looked down, hey, wait a minute, and had the rest of the emblems made out of the colorful foil found in cigarette packages. It said that during the promotion ceremony, people would look down and notice their little star already had a rip in it before the event was even over. But hey, there's still a Colonel or Poobah or whatever.
God
they can't
damn.
complain. On another occasion, he proudly announced that he would either win an upcoming battle or return home in his coffin. And though Zhang was many things, he was not a liar. So after he ended up retreating, his men paraded him through the streets in a casket while he waved and sheafed on a cigar. So you're probably wondering why they called him the dog meat general. At this point, my head was swimming with lurid fantasies about him eating dog flesh or wearing dog flesh or eating dog flesh. Turns out, nah, he was just real into Pai Gao, of which the act of playing was colloquially referred to as eating dog meat. And also because he ate dogs. He was also sometimes jokingly referred to as the three don't knows, since he didn't know how much money he had, how many concubines he had, or how many men were in his army. Well, funny, there was some truth to the nickname, which did sometimes cause issues. Some were minor. For one, he had a lot of trouble remembering the names of the 30 to 50 women of all nationalities in his harem, but he got around this by just assigning them numbers. Number 4 is real flexible, 27 makes a killer quiche, watch out for 14, she's a biter, and so forth. Other times, things got a little more dire. Later in his career, Zhang became the military governor of the province of Shandong, and while the warlord life suited him, domestic affairs were another story. Rampant human rights violations aside, the whole thing was just way poorly managed. For example, while Zhang did collect taxes on everything from theater performances to tobacco examination licenses, relatively little of his extortions went towards his war efforts or anything practical, with most of it being funneled into vanity projects and his own personal riches. So how did he fund his army? Well, for those playing at home, it's time to take a shot, because Zhang printed tens of millions of dollars worth of paper money in the form of military stamps with no reserve to back them up. Obviously, massive inflation ensued, but Zhang just said no, insisted the stamps had a 1-to-1 conversion with real money, and continued paying his men at the same rate. Fortunately for them, the invisible hand of the market is no match for the very visible fist of the soldier, because they just kick old merchant ladies' asses till they accepted the currency at face value. But unfortunately, kicking old ladies' asses can't solve everything. In the summer of 1927, Shandong was hit with a famine caused primarily by drought. At the time, many people prayed to Zhongxian, a folk deity, in an attempt to bring rain to these crusty lands. But Zhang Zhongshang, he don't get on his knees for nobody. He walked right up to the statue in Xian's temple, starts bitch slapping it, tells it to go fornicate with its sister, and then has his artillery crew fire shells straight into the sky for hours on end to show that god who he's dealing with. Sources differ on when the next rain was, but it did eventually rain, so in the end, Zhongshang got the last laugh. Speaking of which, our boy was also a renowned poet. Here's a piece he wrote about that very event. The sky god is also named Zhang. Why does he make life hard for me? If it doesn't rain in 3 days, I'll demolish your temple. Then I'll have cannons bombard your mom. Truly
what the fuck?
He's got a few other good ones too. Let me just dim the
lights.
Bro
Bro just insulted his mom.
This one's called Visiting Mount Tai. From afar, Mount Tai looks blackish, narrow on top and wide at the bottom. If you flipped it upside down, it would be narrow at the bottom and wide on top. I like that one a lot, because it's like he heard about metaphors without realizing they're supposed to have a second meaning. This one's titled Poem About Bastards. You tell me to do this, he tells me to do that. You are all bastards, go fuck your mother. Poignant. But unlike most poets besides E.E. Cummings and Emily Dickinson, Zhang was quite well endowed. He was often referred to as General 86, as when Zhang Jr. stood up straight, he could reportedly reach the length of 86 Mexican silver dollars stacked atop one another. Given a thickness of 2.4 millimeters, this would put him at around 20.6 centimeters or 8.1 inches. That's especially impressive given that he was likely malnourished during puberty due to both poverty and the 1896 famine. You racists. I thought of a few other jokes about this, but I couldn't fit them in the narrative, so I'll just rattle them off. Should have been called the horse meat general. When he got out of the pool, he was General 12. This one just says Dong Hung Dong. You get the point. But all great things must eventually come to an end. After suffering a series of defeats at the hands of his enemies and a subsequent failed rebellion against a quickly reunifying China, Zhang was forced to run away in 1928, bringing his mom with him to Beppu, Japan. His time here was relatively uneventful, except for when he shot a former prince in the back for trying it on with one of his concubines. In court, he said the gun just happened to go off while he was pointing it at the center of the guy's mask. For some reason, they're like, nothing suspicious here. Gave him the choice between 15 days in prison or a $150 fine. He chose the latter. Zhang's story finally came to an end in 1932 when he went back to Shandong not as a conqueror but as a visitor. Unfortunately, it seems it takes people more than 4 years to get over murder because he was unceremoniously assassinated by the nephew of an officer that he had executed. All in all, Zhang left behind quite a strange legacy. Given the litany of horrible crimes that I've seemed to kind of gloss over, he's generally regarded as the stinkiest stain of an already messy portion of the tapestry that is Chinese history. The only remaining question is if one can truly separate the art from the artist. During his rule, Time magazine described him as China's basest warlord. I'll let you decide whether or not they forgot the DE. That's all for today.
D basis? Actually, maybe we should see a Vativia video. I was talking about Scholar Raw. I thought they were gonna like. Alright, never mind. Where's the where you live? Oh, here we go.
His name's John, and John is about to die in the scariest way I can.
Yeah, I finished all my gacha dailies. Listen, when I literally condense my resin in 1 second for Genshin, it's like I have no more dailies. Shit's fast as fuck now.
Think of.
I can do all my dailies now in a span of 30 minutes or less.
Prepare to have nightmares. Now, John, he's 26, he's a smart dude.
Not for one gacha, for multiple gachas.
He's about to start med school. But one day, John and his younger brother, who we'll call Little Brother, John, Little Brother, and a bunch of their friends, they all decide to go spelunking, or cave exploring. They want to explore this local cave that people explore all the time.
Like, Genshin dailies take 1 second. Guardian Tales dailies takes a minute. 8 Gazer dailies takes maybe 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. Limbus dailies takes 10 minutes, and you're done. You can try to leave for more content. I'm good.
The time. So they all drive over.
How's ZZZ, Miyamichi? How much do you like it right now?
To this cave, and they find the entrance, and it's not like one of those big caves you'd see in a cartoon.
How many chapters are in ZZZ actually?
It's a little guy that you pretty much have to crawl
no more chapters?
into. So soon,
damn,
John
you really
and
into
Little
it,
Brother
huh?
and 9 of their friends, they descend into this little cave entrance, and they make their way into the open area. And they're crawling around, and they're exploring, and they're having a good time. And then about an hour later, they're still at it. And John and Little Brother and a couple of their friends, they decide to check out this area called the Birth Canal, which is a long, narrow tunnel that you'd have to crawl through. And that tunnel eventually opens up into a bigger
open more chests
area. So they explore deeper into this cave, and
these little boys are fucking brave as fuck. Cause I'm claustrophobic as fuck. I climb into a deep hole and the walls are this close around me, face to face. I'd be like, oh fuck no, get me the fuck out.
John crawls.
Look at this fucking wall. You are a coward, Reed? No, I'm not a coward. I'll fight anybody, but don't ask me to go climb into a deep ass hole.
Through the narrow tunnel part of the birth canal. And this passageway is really pretty tight. And as he crawls deeper into it, it gets tighter and tighter. But
why
no
would you
how
do this?
Narrow this tunnel gets, John, he keeps pushing forward because he knows the larger area of the birth canal is coming up. But then, out of nowhere, suddenly the tunnel takes a sharp downturn. And bam, he slides down into an even smaller tunnel. And then kaboom, he's stuck. Because John was never in the birth canal. He actually took a wrong turn and ended up in a dead-end tunnel, and now he can't get out. So John immediately tries not to panic, but his arms are pinned in such a way that he can't use them. And to make it worse, he's upside down. So all the blood is quickly rushing to his head. Here, let me show you a diagram I found of how he was stuck. Look at that. Imagine being stuck like that. That is nightmare fuel. So John is scared, and he, look at that.
You gotta break your legs? You gotta break your legs to come back up. This is why you don't go crawling in the holes, my dude! Goddamn! Go collect stamps. Stop crawling into fucking small-ass holes.
That is nightmare fuel. So John is scared, and he yells out for help. And Little Brother, he catches up to him, and he sees John's feet kind of sticking out of the crevice. And he tries with all his force to pull him out. But unfortunately...
Go climb a mountain instead, alright? Go jump off a plane with a parachute. That's adrenaline rush right there.
He can't get any leverage because he's in a narrow tunnel too. So pretty quickly, Little Brother crawls back out of the cave and he calls 911. And he's like, "Come quick, my brother is stuck upside down in a cave." And 4 hours later, the rescue team starts to arrive. And it took a while because it's late at night and this cave is way out there. Now, the first to arrive on the scene is this woman, Susie. And she's small, but she's an experienced spelunker. So she crawls into the cave and she gets to John pretty quickly. And she's like, "We're gonna get you out of here." So Susie ties...
I just realized, couldn't I just rotate John the other way? So so instead of his feet being like this, right? It could be like this. So he's rotated this way so they could pull him up while trying to bend his legs. Because if he's facing frontward, right? They can make him bend his leg this way. and then pull him out that way. Yeah.
Rope around John's ankles, and she tries to pull him out, but she immediately realizes there is no way she can do this on her own. So they bring the rope outside to the entrance of the cave, where there's room for multiple people to pull it. So they all grab the rope, and they pull, but the rope keeps getting caught on the rocks, and it's just not working, and they can't get him out. And even more time passes. And by this time, a whole ass rescue team has showed up. And they put their heads together and they decide the only way to get John out is to set up a legit rope and pulley system, which means they're gonna have to drill into the walls of the tunnel. So they start drilling into the walls of this tunnel. But this process is excruciatingly slow. Not to mention, it's humid as fuck in that cave. So after a couple of hours of them drilling, Susie, who is the closest to John, she can't do it anymore. She has to tap out. So then another rescuer steps in. This guy, Ryan. So now Ryan's in the cave, closest to John, and he's basically just looking at John's feet. And he and John talk and have conversations for like hours as they wait for the team to set up this pulley system. Meanwhile, John's wife, this woman, Emily, she's back at her in-laws' house. And they've been informed that all this is going on. And she's just there waiting on this phone call of someone saying John is okay and he's out of the cave. But unfortunately, that call doesn't come. So then the next morning, she and some other family members, they head over to the cave site. And they get there. And by this time, there's over 100 people there, all working to get John out, and they still can't do it. And the rescue workers, they like set up a two-way radio system so that Emily can talk to John. And they talk and they tell each other that they love each other and whatnot. And it's a nice moment. But then even more time passes. And
why don't they like, you know, chip away at the bedrock and like, you know, make room so he can come out?
At this point, John has been in there upside down for 19 hours, and the pulley system is finally ready. So Ryan secures the rope around John, and Susie and 7 others on the ground outside, they count down and they start pulling. And they pull and they pull and they pull as hard as they can. And suddenly, John starts to slowly rise out of the dark. And they pull again and again and again. And by the 4th pull, John lifts out of the crevice. He's almost out. Until suddenly, kaboom, a small arch in the cave crumbles, and one of those metal rings snaps forward and hits Ryan in the face so hard that it knocks him unconscious. And John immediately falls back down into the crevice. And shortly after, when Ryan regains consciousness, he's bleeding and his jaw is broken. So he has to leave the cave and go get medical attention. And so Ryan's dad comes in and takes over that spot. And then Ryan's dad ends up getting stuck in part of the tunnel. But luckily, it's only for a while, and he's eventually able to get himself out. And this whole time, while they're trying to get him out, the worst is happening to John. His breathing starts to get more and more shallow. And little by little, he gets less and less responsive. Being upside down in that position for so long is putting strain on his heart. Okay, let me explain to you why this is so dangerous for John. Because I know you're probably thinking, Ray, so what if he's upside down? Was it going to make him dizzy? Is it going to give him a headache? No, it is much worse than that. Your body is designed to function and pump blood right side up. That's what it's always done, its whole life. It is accustomed to dealing with gravity in only one direction. So when you go upside down for a long period of time, gravity causes blood to rush toward your head, which will cause your heart to work harder to pump all that blood against gravity, which is going to greatly increase the stress on your cardiovascular system. The human heart can actually deal with this kind of stress for a long period of time. I mean, hours, I'm sure. But eventually, it's going to give out. Not to mention, all of those organs in your lower abdomen are now sitting above your lungs, meaning they can push down and put weight on your lungs, making it much harder for you to breathe. And if this sounds like torture to you, that's because it is. Literally. Many cultures in the past used to hang people upside down as a form of torture. It's called inverted hanging, because a normal hanging generally unalives you instantly, but an inverted hanging is a long, painful way to die. Anyway, the rescue team keeps trying, and they drill even more holes to re-rig the pulley system so they can give it another shot. But that's taken a long time, and everyone's working their ass off to make this happen. But then, just before midnight, John has become completely unresponsive, and they have a paramedic crawl into the cave, to check his vitals, and the paramedic determines that, sadly, John has passed away. He had been trapped upside down for over 27 hours.
This is why you don't go climbing in some fucking deep ass cave with shallow ass narrow tunnels.
Until he died of cardiac arrest. And here's what John looked like in real life. And the worst part is, John is so deep in that cave that they can't retrieve his body. So they just have to leave him there, permanently. And ultimately, they close that cave to the public forever, and they seal it shut. And eventually, they put a bronze plaque where the entrance of the cave used to be. A plaque that memorializes John, and is a reminder of probably the worst way to die.
I actually think that this is...
Yeah, that's fucked up.
So this guy...
That is the worst way to die. More adrenaline than from risk of dying to do it. That is despair.
Where would you?
That is despair as fuck.
Books, especially Marvel's side, I really prefer more of like the darker and edgier
That's
stories.
actually
Stories
sad.
like Champions, I absolutely love. If you can look past all the social justice warrior stuff, it's actually a really, really, really good story. It's just sometimes it just kind of gets in its own way. But Infamous Iron Man this story is going to be.
Oh yeah, did you hear Mimichi? They recasted Robert Downey Jr. into a new Marvel movie as Doom.
Perfect demonstration of what happens when Brian Michael Bendis cares about what he's writing, because this story is amazing. It's so good. Now, the weird thing here is that Bendis split it up in an odd way. Usually when comic books are done, you usually have just story arcs, and a lot of times those story arcs will be collected in trade form, where you'll see like Infamous Iron Man Volume 1 or something along those lines. Now, for the sake of my channel, I just split everything up on story arcs and just call it volumes. That way it's easier to follow. It doesn't necessarily mean that what you see listed as a volume on my channel will be a volume on Amazon, but it does mean that it makes it easier for, to follow my story. So the weird thing is that Infamous Iron Man is actually 9 issues long, but Bendis and Marvel split it into 6 and 3. So the first story arc is 6 issues, the second story arc is 3, and then presumably it'll come to an end. But the cool thing about this is that what this does is this picks up previously in the history of Marvel Comics with regards to the Cabal. Now, the Cabal was an organization that, or at least as it seemed to exist here, was around the days of Dark Reign. And so this, of course, is when Norman Osborn had basically taken control of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Tony Stark after Stark was ousted and Norman Osborn was put in his place as director, but it was also around the time that Osborn began to form Hammer. But the Cabal is a general name given to various groups who have existed throughout Marvel Comics that serve the purpose of just acting as their own little organization. I mean, it's not like, the Cabal is a singular faction. It's a name that can be used at any point in time. For example, Thanos had his Cabal during Time Runs Out, when it was Thanos, the Black Order, and Namor the Submariner, which, by the way, we will cover the Black Order. We'll probably go through all that stuff. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to time things so that between the time the first Infinity War movie comes out and the second Infinity War movie comes out, we're covering all the Thanos cosmology, eventually leading up to like Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers and all that kind of stuff. Because yes, I will finish that. For those of you guys who are asking, there's just other amazing stories that I want to tell. The fact remains here that this is basically Bendis kind of showing us who Doctor Doom used to be. And it's kind of interesting because it's almost like we don't really need a reminder. It's like we know who Doctor Doom is. Like we know what Doctor Doom is about, but it doesn't hurt. And it's cool because it's not like some grandiose display of power or something like that. What it actually does is it focuses on an interaction between the Hood, Parker Robbins, and Doctor Doom. Now, Parker Robbins is an interesting situation in Marvel Comics. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that he's basically this guy who has access to like a lot of weapons and stuff like that. And he's more akin to like the Kingpin than anything else, but he's also been extremely dangerous and powerful. For example, he has accessed and harnessed the powers of the Infinity Gems. So that shows you how capable he is. And it's just an instance where he's been able to attain absolute power for himself on more than one occasion. Not only that, he's very good at being a demagogue, which is to say rallying people to his side and positioning himself as this sort of warlord. The interaction between Parker Robbins and Doctor Doom here is basically a discussion about how Parker Robbins is asking questions that he has no business asking, in the sense that he basically asked Doom about his history. Is it true you gained the power of the Beyonder, way back in the original Secret Wars event? Because keep in mind, Doom's had the power of the Beyonder before. That was the first Secret Wars story, and then he lost it, and then, so on and so forth. But, basically Parker Robbins begins asking him about the various powers that he's had. Now, Parker Robbins actually also makes reference to a story called Triumph and Torment, I think it is. And the way this works, and this is actually going to be a very important part of the story, and we'll delve into this a little bit more as we go on, but the way this this works is basically it was Doctor Strange and Doctor Doom freeing the mother of Doctor Doom himself. Now again, we'll get to that as we get further into this story, but the fact remains here that because of the fact that Parker Robbins is just asking too many questions, Doom basically just whisks him away using his powers. And it's kind of funny to see, you know, because everybody's reaction is like, did you kill him? And Doom's like, no, I didn't kill him. I just whisked him away. But that's really how these cabals work, in the sense that there's this kind of unwritten rule that you don't go prodding when prodding isn't necessary. People don't start asking Emma Frost about her personal life. They don't start asking Namor the Submariner about what it means to be king. They don't ask Loki why he's a chick. And you do not ask Doctor Doom about his mom. And so because of this, it kind of jumps back to the modern day right now. Now, with regard to this little bit, what I want to do is I want to kind of sidetrack from this story for a quick second, and I want to refresh some people, or at the very least get some people caught up who are not familiar with what's going on with Doctor Doom in Marvel Comics right now, because I imagine there's probably a little bit of confusion there. So Doom as we know him, or Doctor Doom as you think of him, the green cloak, which actually will look amazing on the Iron Man armor. Oh my God, that looks so good. Doctor Doom with the green cloak with the, you know, the iconic suit, that Doctor Doom existed from the time he first appeared until Secret Wars. But what ended up happening is during the main Secret Wars event, when Doctor Doom was fighting Reed Richards and they were having as much of an emotional battle as they were a physical battle, Doom finally admitted that his greatest regret, or the one thing he hated most, was that he was not equal to Reed Richards. He didn't have Reed Richards' life. Doctor Doom did not have a Susan Storm of his own. He did not have a Johnny Storm. He didn't have a Ben Grimm. You know, he didn't have that family connection that he loathed Reed Richards for having. And so because of that, you know, the question was asked by Doom, if you could do it all over again, would you do it different? Reed said yes. And so what happened was the Molecule Man Owen Reese, who was basically the go-between for Doctor Doom to access the powers of the Beyonders, took that ability away from Doctor Doom and gave it to Reed Richards. And what Reed Richards did was set everything back, effectively resetting the universe. Now, of course, this was Jonathan Hickman setting the stage for Marvel to basically reboot, which of course Marvel botched in the extreme and didn't do. And so the result is that when Reed Richards set things back to the way they were supposed to be, instead of making Doctor Doom inherently a bad guy, instead what he did is he restored Victor Von Doom's face, and Victor Von Doom effectively abandoned Latveria and went on this role of basically trying to restore himself and trying to prove himself to being a good guy. Now, on the surface, the premise might seem kind of lackluster, but the storytelling is anything but. This is some amazing storytelling with Doctor Doom, and that's why I'm kind of glad that Brian Michael Bendis is the one running the show here, just because of the fact that if it was anybody else, I'd be a little hesitant about it. But Brian Michael Bendis is amazing when it comes to developing characters. When it comes to writing characters, it's like the one thing that he's good at above all others. I mean, he's good at a lot of other stuff too, storytelling and so on, but if I wanted to see a new character created, I would leave it to Brian Michael Bendis to be the one to do it. But jumping back into the story again, what we end up finding out is that El Diablo has managed to capture Maria Hill. Now, this is kind of weird because keep in mind, this part of the story takes place before the events of like Captain America Steve Rogers, The Oath, where Captain America becomes director of S.H.I.E.L.D. That hasn't happened yet, you know, as far as this part of the story is concerned. And so because of this, Maria Hill is still director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But the funny thing is that with Victor Von Doom basically walking around, no one really knows what his face looks like. All they can do is recognize him by his voice. Now, of course, Dr. Doom showing up, or I guess Victor, you know, showing up to El Diablo, there's no contest here. I mean, it's not even remotely close. El Diablo was a D-level villain at best. I mean, he was a guy who was so irrelevant that you've probably never even heard of him before, and it's not even worth explaining. It's really just, he's a guy who's like this genius biochemist and basically just starts making chemicals and things like that to allow him to perform, you know, magical stunts, or what appear to be magical stunts. Now, this is the funny thing here, is because there's a difference between what El Diablo does and what Victor does. El Diablo is, you know, chemistry masquerading as magic. Victor Von Doom is magic and sorcery. He's the real deal. And so because of this, El Diablo is easily taken out, and in fact, he's eradicated by Dr. Doom. And that's the cool thing, is because Victor's basically showing there's no holds barred here. But in the idea of him killing people, or really killing bad guys, it's a reflection of the idea that he's basically trying to revamp himself. He's trying to restore himself. Now, we don't know how it was that El
man would not approve.
Prisoner, and even then, Victor doesn't really address how it was that El Diablo took Maria Hill prisoner. He just says, look, you were captured by like a D-list villain, so I'll walk away, you walk away, I won't tell anybody. And then Maria Hill's just kind of like, what? And that's what makes this so cool. But something else that I also hope you notice here is that Dr. Doom, as he's being drawn in this story, looks a lot like Vincent Cassell. For those of you guys who don't know who that is, Vincent Cassell was the guy who played Night Fox in Ocean's 13, and I could imagine, Ocean's 12 rather, and I could imagine him playing Dr. Doom in like a movie that Fox didn't screw up.
Now, Robert Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom. Too late.
if Marvel got like the Fantastic Four back, I could see him playing Doctor Doom, and it would actually be pretty cool, to be honest. But what ends up happening here is Doctor Doom transitions over to a woman by the name of Amara Pereira. Now, Amara Pereira was introduced over the course of really, the first Iron Man story arc as part of All New, All Different Marvel. And the way Bendis introduced her was really kind of like a what just happened kind of situation where, she meets Tony Stark, the two of them, have drinks and so on and so forth. She makes it clear right off the bat she's not going to sleep with him, but her genius level intellect is established in the fact that she's developed a cure for the mutant X gene, but has decided not to use it. Now, it's really just one of those Brian Michael Bendis things where he's just like, here's how smart they are, and we're never going to use it, you're never going to do anything with it, or we may down the line, we have no idea. But again, it's really just kind of establishing the intelligence of her character and what she's capable of. Now, from here, it's really kind of a discussion about what's going on with regards to Victor Von Doom himself, as well as what's going on with Tony Stark and Amara Pereira. Now, of course, we know there's no real romance between the two of them, or at least there doesn't seem to be, but in this part of the story, or at least in this segment, we've basically moved past the events of Civil War II, and what's basically happened is this is the aftermath of Tony Stark when he's presumably died. And so because of this, Doom really addresses or really speaks with Amara about the feelings that she may or may not have had about
oh wait, Tony Stark died in this one.
Stark about, even if those feelings were budding, at the very least, it's something that she can't act on right now because of the fact that Tony Stark is no longer part of the equation. And so what Doom is basically doing is he's effectively turning over a new leaf. He really just kind of goes to speak with her. Now, this is a circumstance where his reputation precedes him in the sense that when he introduces himself, when he basically says, I'm Victor Von Doom, the first thing to come to mind is Dr. Doom. And so right off the bat, Pereira's initial response is, this is a bad guy. Like, he's a villain. Now, of course, Doom isn't here for anything grandiose. He's not here for anything major. He's not even hitting on her or anything like that. It's him just basically saying, I came here because I know who you are and you remind me of someone and I just wanted to meet you. And so what ends up happening is he actually just kind of teleports himself away. And the reason seems to be that instead of him continuing a conversation, or instead of him just being here strictly for that purpose, he was more or less forced to leave. And the reason why he was forced to leave is because of the fact that almost immediately after he takes off, Ben Grimm arrives. Now, with regards to Ben Grimm in Marvel Comics, that's kind of, again, another one of these funny situations. Marvel has yet to reestablish the Fantastic Four, and we don't know if they ever will, just because of the fact that Marvel got mad that Fox wouldn't give them the rights back to the Fantastic Four, so Marvel took their ball.
Oh yeah, Marvel got Fantastic Four back. It was announced today.
Home. So that Marvel got mad that Fox wouldn't give them the rights back to the Fantastic Four, so Marvel took their ball and they ran home. So because of that, we'll probably never see the Fantastic Four restored unless Marvel gets the rights back to the Fantastic Four in film form.
Which they did right over here.
Then I think we're gonna need the greatest actor in the world to play that character. Wow. Yeah, okay.
Avengers and the Fantastic Four.
As proof of the unimaginable possibility.
Oops, hold on. Where is it actually? Fantastic Four Marvel announcement. Right here, 3 hours ago.
Marvel's. Hey, guys. So, hey, MCU veterans. Did you get any advice from fellow Marvel actors about joining the MCU? Next about how to say no. What question have you learned?
These are the new Fantastic Four, boys!
Yeah, I guess, you know what? I honestly don't think I've laughed so much in a rehearsal period.
You're kind of cute. I'll watch it. But yeah.
But in lieu of that, we still have Ben Grimm, we still have Johnny Storm. Now, of course, Johnny Storm's with the Inhumans, and Ben Grimm is basically an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's effectively their strong arm. He's the guy that goes out and carries out missions that require a kind of finesse that can't be found outside of somebody who doesn't have super strength and a really bad temperament, if you understand where I'm coming from. He beats people up. That's basically what he does. But it's still kind of cool, you know. But from here, again, we don't really know exactly why it's here or why he's here. All we really know is that he's here just because of the fact that he's presumably chasing Victor Von Doom. Now, at this point, we jump over to Victor when he actually begins the process of making himself Iron Man. Now, of course, again, because of the fact that Tony Stark's physical body was killed, more or less, I mean, he's really just kind of in stasis. What Stark had done is he had downloaded his mind into a computer program. Now, Marvel doing this served two purposes. The first was
what?
to allow us to continue to see interactions with Tony Stark, but the second was to basically separate the lock from the key. And what's going to happen here later on down the line is we're going to see Tony Stark's mind restored back to his body, and Tony Stark will return. It's just a really easy way of ensuring that availability is there, but also allowing us to see something that goes on with his particular character. Now, the discussion between the two is actually
okay. Yeah, I could see them doing that. Tony dies, but he downloaded his fucking brain onto a mainframe or some dog shit.
Really interesting because it's half admiration and half, dear God, I hope you don't take my suit. That's really what kind of goes on here. Keep in mind, despite the fact that they've been enemies in the world of Marvel Comics, when it comes to people of a certain level of intelligence, there's a shared respect among all of them just because of what they're capable of. So Dr. Doom is hated by T'Challa because of the fact that Doom basically invaded Wakanda during Doom War. But there's still some measure of respect in terms of his intelligence and the idea that, you know, T'Challa would not underestimate the intelligence of Dr. Doom. It doesn't mean he respects him as a person. I mean, he despises him as a person, but he respects his intelligence. And it's usually like that when it comes across these different characters in the realm of Marvel Comics. Now, with regards to Tony Stark's conversation here with Victor, keep in mind, Victor's appearance and his role in Tony Stark's life, you know, really showed us how much Victor had changed in the first story arc of Invincible Iron Man, when Victor had basically established that he had abandoned his role as ruler of Latveria, and it actually helped Tony Stark to capture Madame Mask. And so, because of this, Victor basically says, hey, look, I mean, at this point, you're just a hologram, so there's not much you can do to stop me, but I'm turning over a new leaf. If you can't be Iron Man, someone needs to. And so because of that, basically what ends up happening is Doom undertakes the mantle of Iron Man and whisks himself away. But the crazy thing about this is that the entire situation is being monitored by Dr. Doom's mom, who's effectively, you know, who simply has returned to life. But there's also some disembodied voice that's communicating with her, someone that we can't see. So again, the idea of Dr. Doom's mom, you know, being alive here is a huge revelation. And the reason why is she was basically the basis behind Dr. Doom's character. I mean, she was really the origin behind everything. From the time that Dr. Doom was a little boy and his mom was convicted of witchcraft, you know, and then eventually was killed, he had always been on an effort to gain power in order to free her soul. And that's effectively what had happened. She had delved in witchcraft, she had sold her soul to Mephisto, who passes for the devil in Marvel Comics, and the result was that following her death, Mephisto was going to hold her soul forever. Well, eventually we ended up finding out that there was a bargain that was struck between Doom and Mephisto, that Doom would be allowed to fight for the freedom of his mother's soul once a year, and if he was successful, his mother would be freed. Now, this was Mephisto toying with Doom, and the reason why is because of the fact that the Demon Lord Mephisto is the most powerful in his own realm, and so it was almost impossible for Doom to win. And so this led into the Triumph and Torment storyline when Dr. Doom and Doctor Strange came together and then managed to fight off Mephisto and free Dr. Doom's free the soul of Dr. Doom's mom, which in turn went on to heaven. Now, that was the end of her character. That was that. I mean, it was done, it was over. From that point, it was just kind of fleshing out Doom's character without the holdover of his mom's soul being held by the devil or by Mephisto. And so because of that, what this does is it comes back and it says somewhere along the line, presumably because of the events of Secret Wars, his mother's soul has been freed from heaven and she's basically been returned to her physical body. And so what this does is it changes everything, because now Dr. Doom's mom is alive and the question becomes, what happens when they meet? Now, at this point, we transition back over to Ben Grimm. Him being in Latveria exists strictly for the purpose of tracking down Doom. That's really all it is. I mean, there's not a whole lot to go on here. It's really just him kind of trashing the place and then basically convincing the people in Latveria, or I guess the members of this ruling class, to basically tell him where Dr. Doom is, but they don't know. They really have no idea where it was that he went to. All they know is that he effectively just abandoned them. So again, you know, it's just a demonstration of the fact that there's a lot going on besides Dr. Doom becoming Iron Man. There's still some pretty nefarious things. Now, at this point, we actually pick up over at Cambridge in England, and again, we join Dr. Doom showing up to meet with Amara Pereira. But the funny thing about this is that he calls out her name, and then she turns around and shoots him. She shoots him in the shoulder.
God damn.
He's like, what? You shot me. You shot me in the arm. Why did you shoot me in the arm? For all you Austin Powers fans.
What the fuck?
What was that guy's name? Was it Mustafa? I can't remember what his name was. It was Will Ferrell who played the character. It was a really, really funny moment from that movie. But the idea here, though, is that, again, this is really just kind of Dr. Doom meeting with her, but it's also this idea that her life is drastically being changed because of the actions of Dr. Doom. And the reason why is because it's not enough for him to just kind of show up in her life and then start turning things all topsy-turvy by saying, hey, look, I'm trying to be a good guy, you know, and all that kind of good stuff. But Ben Grimm also has managed to track down Victor. And so because of this, the fight between the two of them is pretty interesting. It's pretty short, but it's pretty interesting. But the result of this is that we end up finding out that Dr. Doom had, of course, overcome Ben Grimm, but it happens off panel. Instead, what we end up doing is we actually jump directly to where it is that Amara Pereira has been taken by Dr. Doom, which is basically his own little base of operations, his own little refuge outside of Latveria. And what ends up happening here is he basically says, hey, look, you know, I'm here because I'm trying to be a good guy. Well, then Amara's response is, but why though? Like, what happened to you that's changed your entire view of the world? And this is when Dr. Doom, this is when Brian Michael Bendis references Secret Wars. And that's one of the coolest things here, is because when All New, All Different Marvel first kicked off, there was almost no reference to Secret Wars. It was almost like Secret Wars never happened. We knew it did, and there were maybe a handful of people who remembered, but that was it. It wasn't like everybody remembered what was going on with Secret Wars and everybody was talking about, hey man, you remember that time that Doom got absolute power? It was like this dirty little secret that was swept under the rug, which of course, again, I kind of think was Marvel's response to the idea that they chose not to reboot. But with Brian Michael Bendis focusing here on Secret Wars, it's basically Doom just recounting his story to Amara Pereira, telling her, look, there was a time when I had absolute power. There was a time when I was God. But it's also Brian Michael Bendis injecting a little bit of his own history with regards to Doom, in the sense that Doom goes on to basically say, I've always tried to gain absolute power. Even after freeing my mother's soul, you know, I always continued to gain absolute power. And the reason why was because I thought I was living up to my potential. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought it was my lot in life, my role in life. But he basically says, time after time, I consistently failed. Whether it was capturing the power of the Beyonder the first time, whether it was capturing the power of Galactus the first time, whether it was harnessing a cosmic cube, you know, whether it was gaining just these insane abilities, you know, whether it was getting the power of the Beyonders the second time, when I invaded Wakanda and I forced Black Panther to render all vibranium on Earth completely inert. Every single time I went on these campaigns to gain absolute power, I always failed. And so his idea was, if I failed in that direction, maybe I would succeed in the other direction. And so for him, it's really just kind of logic at this point in time. Now, there's also a lot of things that Brian Michael Bendis doesn't say that he's really inferring here, in the sense that when Dr. Doom essentially remembers everything during Secret Wars, he also remembers this conflict with Reed Richards. He always remembers what he said. And it could simply just be the fact that there was a lot of catharsis that came out of Victor Von Doom admitting to Reed Richards that he always wanted to be him. Maybe it's just that was one thing that he was always holding on to, and the reason why he simply could not become a good guy. Again, Brian Michael Bendis, one of the reasons why I love the way he writes characters is because he treats them like people. And so he doesn't tell us every single thing they're thinking, because when you have a conversation with someone, they don't tell you every single thing they're thinking. You're just kind of forced to read between the lines if you choose to do so, and get a better understanding of where they're coming from by how it is they say things, why they're saying things, and their own, you know, their own body language. And so because of that, you know, Bendis basically just kind of says, look, you know, you got to infer a little bit here, but in the end, Doom is trying to become a good guy. Doom is trying to do the right thing. Now, of course, what ends up happening here is we end up having Ben Grimm actually transition over to the old lab of Dr. Doom. And when he gets there, we end up actually finding out like the little chunks of rock on his face and on his body start falling off. And this is when we actually find out the reason this is happening is because of the fact that Dr. Doom's mom is residing inside of his old laboratory. And so again, this is really, really cool. It's one of these really cool situations that begin to unfold simply because of the fact that we end up having Dr. Doom's mom showing that she's extremely powerful in terms of her abilities. Now, at this point, we switch back over to Maria Hill. And the funny thing about this is that Maria Hill, of course, if she was smart, would have kept this information to herself regarding the fact that she was somehow captured by El Diablo. But what she's basically done is she's more or less done that to a degree, but she also kind of has everybody out looking for Dr. Doom, or at the very least, Ben Grimm looking for Dr. Doom. This is the reason why Grimm's looking for him in the first place, is because Maria Hill tasked him to do so. Now, the reason why it was Ben Grimm and not all of S.H.I.E.L.D. is because it's really just Maria Hill trying to make sure that her capture by El Diablo and her being freed by Victor Von Doom is kept under the radar. If the world became aware of the fact that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the world's foremost intelligence gathering organization and peacekeeping force, was captured by a D-list villain, people would lose faith in S.H.I.E.L.D. in its entirety. They would say S.H.I.E.L.D. is the most inept organization ever, run by the most ridiculous person ever. We should not allow them to have the kind of power that they have. It would just bring S.H.I.E.L.D. crashing down to the ground just because of the fact that everybody in there would look like buffoons. And so because of this, Dr. Doom basically just arrives on the helicarrier, which is really kind of funny here because this is one of these are these little goodies, right? These little tidbits, these fun little things that we get with his character, the way he's written by Bendis. When he shows up here, Maria Hill's like, what are you doing here? And he says, well, I mean, think about it this way. If I had done something, if I had shown up on the radar somewhere, then you probably would have sent everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. to come after me. Maybe you would have sent, you know, other individuals, Ben Grimm or somebody like that to come after me. But I appear here, which saves you all kinds of money. It saves you dozens of man hours. It saves you all kinds of time, and it keeps you from losing face, you know? And so basically it's Dr. Doom's kind of like, I did you a favor. But the question becomes, you know, why are you having Ben Grimm coming after me? Why are you having him chase me? I literally saved your life. And so there's a little back and forth that goes on here, you know, with regards to their discussion, you know, and their conversations. But the idea here is that Dr. Doom basically says, look, I saved your life. You owe me for that. All right, take Ben Grimm off my tail and stop having S.H.I.E.L.D. monitor Dr. Pereira. Now, the question that also comes after this is, where is Ben Grimm at the moment? You know, where's he at this particular point in time? And the reason why this question is brought up is because Dr. Doom makes the statement that he basically defeated Ben Grimm. Well, because of the fact that Ben Grimm hasn't returned, Maria Hill's question is, where is he? At which point, you know, we end up having one of her agents basically say he's in Latveria. Well, at this point, Doom whisks off. And the reason why is because of the fact that he knows no good can come out of Ben Grimm being in Latveria. The other half of this is that Ben Grimm may start stumbling around and asking questions that he has no business asking about the history of Victor Von Doom outside of the various, you know, escapades that the Fantastic Four have been involved in with Dr. Doom over the course of his history as their main villain. And so because of this is when Brian Michael Bendis basically shows us the current state of Latveria. And the reason why this matters is because of the fact that in the first story arc of Invincible Iron Man, we saw what Latveria was about to a degree, but only insofar that the place was in ruins following Dr. Doom abandoning it. But we hadn't really learned how far it had fallen. And what we end up finding out is, again, it's basically, you know, Brian Michael Bendis refreshing us on the fact that the general who was left in charge by Victor to basically restore Latveria or keep Latveria in check has essentially become corrupt, and he's more or less turned it into a totalitarian state, giving himself absolute power. Now, of course, Victor basically takes all this out. I mean, you know, he basically goes, you know, to Karadek, I think his name is, the general at the time, and says, look, you're not going to be the one that runs this place with absolute power. I clearly cannot trust you to do that. I clearly cannot trust you to be the one who controls things with absolute certainty. And so what he does is he says, go find a woman by the name of Angela Crore. Now, Angela Crore is an example of where Bendis just kind of injects his own little bit into individual stories, because Angela Crore is basically a new character. She never existed before. We've never really seen or heard of her before. She's been created by Brian Michael Bendis for the sake of this story in order to basically allow Doom to operate outside of Latveria and presumably return to his normal role without having to worry about rebuilding Latveria. Eventually it'll go back to its normal self. But what ends up happening here is Dr. Doom basically stumbles into Ben Grimm, only for us to discover that the little bits and pieces of Ben Grimm have fallen off all over the place, all at the hands of Dr. Doom's mom. Now, this encounter between the two of them is crazy, and it's one of the coolest things ever, because Victor's response to this is the most predictable response. And again, this is why I love the way that Brian Michael Bendis writes characters. Victor Von Doom's response is, who are you and why are you acting as my mom? Well, of course, Cynthia begins to effectively say, hey, look, you know, I am your mom. Like, I am your mom in every sense of the word. But Victor does not want to believe it. And the reason why is because if he did, everything that he's worked for up to now would feel as though it's essentially been lost. Because remember, a majority of his life was defined by his mom's soul having been captured. And it's one of these situations where it's like, if everything that happened to me led to where I am right now, then would I go back and change it? And Doom would say no. I mean, we've had that conversation with the Mayor Pereira. He basically says, everything I've done over the course of my life and the motivations behind those actions have led me to this moment right now. If any of those variables were to change, well, then suddenly everything could change. It could be that I would wake up tomorrow and suddenly I have the Infinity Gauntlet in my hand and I have absolute power over the universe. So Dr. Doom essentially says, look, you know, if his mother is alive, then the question is, how did she come back? And if she is really back, then what role is she going to play? But it's also the idea that at the same time, and this is one of the reasons why I love this so much, at the same time, this is Victor Von Doom's mom. You know, for those of us who have lost a family member that's very, very close to us, what would we give to have that family member back? I don't know about you guys, but there are those individuals in my life that I've lost that I would literally sacrifice everything. I'd walk away from YouTube forever and I'd give up everything I owned if it meant that I could spend like another day talking to them, and I would talk to them for the whole day. I would literally walk away from everything if it meant that I could do that. So that's one of the cool things, is that's one of the other reasons why I love Bendis, the way he handles characters, is because it's Dr. Doom at his most basic. It's the idea that Victor, despite all the bravado, despite all the pomp and circumstance and all the power and all that kind of crazy cool stuff, at the end of the day, it's him, it's a son who is really kind of forced to believe that his mother may very well still be alive. But
so was she
pretending?
pretending?
Here is his mother actually says, look, I'm proud of who you are right now. Like, I'm proud of what you've become. I'm proud of what you've done at this point in time. But the other half of this is she's still very much a dark character. She's not evil, or at least doesn't seem to be that way. Instead, her initial response is, this guy, this Ben Grimm thing, needs to go away. We need to eliminate him. We need to get rid of him. Doom's response is, no, he lives, send him away. Just send him back to S.H.I.E.L.D., wherever it is that he needs to go to. But what ends up happening here, and what's basically taking place, is she basically just leaves. When Dr. Doom is, again, refusing to believe that she's alive, when Dr. Doom's refusing to believe that it's his mom, she says, look, fine, we'll get back together, we'll get our heads cleared, we'll get things sorted out when you're more inclined to be receptive. And so what ends up happening here is we switch back to Cynthia Von Doom, we switch back to her base of operations where she's, engaging in all her magic, sorcery, different things like that. And what we find out is that the disembodied voice that she's been talking to belongs to Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe. So this is crazy, because what it means is that Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe is still alive. Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe is presumably going to be the main enemy of Victor Von Doom. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. If you guys are new here, make sure you guys.
I feel like I just got man spoiler just now. That was interesting. Okay, so Secret Wars is gonna be sick. Gonna be giga sick. Let's check this out.
Final Fantasy has played host to some iconic and unforgettable stories. In the beginning, earlier installments of the franchise featured simpler narratives and character rosters, but as the series evolved, the developers at Square sought to push the boundaries of their games as a storytelling medium, and aimed to create content that was more compelling and engaging. Thus, they would gradually begin to place greater emphasis on story development, and this would see games progressively feature more complex narratives and elaborate character growth. But in the midst of such intricacies, there would exist moments or details that would have a rather strange and unexplained place in the story, whether it be a scenario with no apparent context, an atmospheric phenomenon amongst the characters, or simply no follow-up to certain significant occurrences. These would essentially become plot holes that left players perplexed and eager for answers. Interestingly, a considerable number of these inconsistencies in the plot would persist in the form of unanswered questions and unresolved mysteries, and even after long periods of time, they would never really receive a satisfactory explanation. That's why for today's video, we've decided to delve into a bunch of these unsolved mysteries and investigate the clues behind them. So strap yourselves in as we begin our journey with the curious case of what happened to Banon in Final Fantasy VI. When looking at Final Fantasy as a whole, Final Fantasy VI boasts one of the most extensive roster of characters ever. And this would be expanded upon even further when including the several guest characters that are available to play for a limited period of time. However, if we're comparing those guest characters, Banon would stand as one of the most crucial. Banon was first introduced as the head of the Returners, an important rebel faction that opposed the Gestalian Empire and counted several of the game's main characters amongst its ranks. But in addition to spearheading the resistance, Banon would also act as a guiding figure and moral compass for the party as a whole. He would inspire a greater purpose in Terra in joining the Returners to use her powers for good, and he would advise the party on numerous occasions, such as directing them to seek aid from the Espers against the Empire. As such, he had a significant impact on the party's course of adventure for a good portion of the game, but his presence would oddly enough not be felt for long. Following the destruction of Vector at the hands of the Espers and the Empire's supposed surrender, Banon would express his uncertainty at the idea of trusting the Empire in their search for the Espers to make amends. Although his intuition would prove correct, this would very strangely be the final encounter with Banon, as he would never be seen again.
But why?
Considering how crucial Banon was in the struggle between the Returners and the Empire, his absence was felt tremendously. And it was also odd, considering he was the leader of the Resistance and was featured so prominently in the first half of the game. In light of this absence, it has naturally led to people wondering what exactly happened to Banon, and in this regard, there has been plenty of speculation. For one, there is some belief that he may have been killed by the Empire upon the revelation of their deception. This could potentially be supported by Edgar's statement that the party had barely escaped Vector upon discovering the trap. He could have also perished during the cataclysmic collapse of the World of Balance into the World of Ruin. But there is another intriguing theory, that Bannon, in actuality, led a double life as Duncan Harcourt, the mentor of Sabin and Vargas, and that his vanishing act was simply him retreating into this persona as a means of going into hiding. Some compelling evidence would support this theory, such as Bannon and Duncan having identical sprites, which would only be distinguishable by a palette swap. A YouTuber by the name of Leonard Phillips, who operates a channel called The Returners' Hideout, would actually conduct a thorough analysis of this theory, highlighting the eerie hints surrounding it. Though these theories regarding Bannon would have some weight, they ultimately remain speculation, as we would never really get any sort of true follow-up regarding his status. Interestingly, when Hironobu Sakaguchi himself was questioned about the fate of Bannon, he simply encouraged players to use their imaginations.
No
Aerith's
spoilers.
death was no doubt one of the most shocking and pivotal moments of Final Fantasy VII, as well as video game history as a whole. Such was its impact that it would even inspire Japanese fans to submit a petition for her revival. The push would even go on to spawn numerous rumours of in-game tricks to keep her alive, all of which would turn out to be false. But even though it was clear she would never return to the party, it was possible to still see Aerith in-game following her death at the conclusion of Disc 1. Upon re-entering the Sector 5 church after the events in Medial and Cloud's return to the party, Aerith could be seen tending to the flowers. However, stepping across a particular area on the ground or attempting to leave the church would cause her image to flicker and vanish out of sight. This one-time occurrence would be cryptically dubbed Aerith's Ghost. With little context as to what was happening, it was believed by some to be a glitch, and interestingly enough, there were actually confirmed glitches associated with the event. The first would involve choosing a certain dialogue option when speaking to the Nibelheim innkeeper during the Calm flashback, which would bar the player from witnessing Aerith's ghost. The second of these would be a character placement glitch, in which characters with assigned positions in the Sector 5 church would appear in English.
You want to watch this video later? Okay. You're interested in Final Fantasy mysteries? Okay.
Correct places for a brief moment. But these glitches would actually be separate entities from the appearance of Aerith's ghost. And while the nature of the ghost scene has never been officially confirmed, there is evidence to suggest that its inclusion was in fact intentional, and one such implication could be found in Final Fantasy VII's debug room. There, players could find an option called After Aerith's Death, and when selected, players would be transported into the Sector 5 church to witness the scenario. Moreover, there would also be a dummied out NPC with dialogue claiming to have seen a woman disappear in the church and call it haunted. And while the game didn't give many further clues, there was a small reference in Advent Children. At the end of the film, Cloud could properly see Aerith's spirit one last time in the Sector 5 church before she disappeared into the light. But whether or not that was connected to the ghost scenario from the original game is purely speculation. Later, however, in an interview with Yoshinori Kitase, more light would be shed on the event. When asked to explain the nature of Aerith's ghost, Kitase simply responded that he would leave it to the players' imaginations. Although this answer was ambiguous, the fact he did not flat out shoot it down, as he has done with some other fan theories, perhaps alludes to the ghost having some kind of deeper meaning. Among the many titles in the franchise, Final Fantasy IX stood out for several reasons, one of which was its enthralling storyline and intricately crafted universe. Like many narratives in the franchise, Final Fantasy IX's storyline was complex and rich in detail, featuring a plethora of events and awe-inspiring moments. However, due to its extensive content, there were also instances where the story left us with more questions than answers. Some of these would include the unknown fate of the Burmesian king or the mysterious backstory of Lani. But perhaps one of the most perplexing of these occurrences would be the existence of Vivi's sons seen at the end of the game. Just like Vivi, his offspring would also be black mages, but the nature as to how they were born would leave many stumped, as the key ingredient to creating black mages would be the cryptic substance known as mist.
Wait, what? I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I thought black mages was just a class. What do you mean make black mages? They're not an actual class?
However, by the game's end, mist will be wiped from the world of Gaia. Thus,
I could have sworn they were a class. They're not normal human beings?
The question as to just how Vivi's sons came
So what are red mages then?
to be without the key ingredient. Of course, much speculation would surround this occurrence, with some ideas being that Vivi possibly made use of the Black Mage factory in Dali and used the prototype procedure used for his own creation to generate his offspring. But this would still not explain how they would make up for the missing mist component.
I'm confused right
One
now.
potential solution
Oh, damn.
actually comes via Kuja. After the eradication of the mist, following the defeat of the Soul Cage, Kuja would remark that while the mist could no longer be created, it would still lurk in caves and forests. He would then declare that he could still make monsters with magic. This might potentially explain how Vivi's sons were able to exist after the fall of the Ether Tree, as he could have made use of the residual mist lingering around Gaia as well as his own magic. But whether or not this was the actual course of action taken by Vivi remains unknown. In light of Final Fantasy XV's tumultuous development, substantial narrative changes were made as the project progressed. This would end up creating quite a few plot holes across the Final Fantasy XV universe.
I've always wanted to play this game. Then I ended up just not giving a fuck.
And the development team would then try their best to plug these holes through various updates and pieces of downloadable content, as well as a novel titled Final Fantasy XV: Dawn of the Future. While these updates and additions would provide more context to the world of Eos and its characters, we would still be left with some lingering questions, and one of those would involve the supposed name of the game's main antagonist, Arden. In a major plot twist, Arden, who would parade himself as Arden Azunia for most of the game, would reveal his name to be Arden Lucis Kylum, a blood relative of Noctis. Although much of his motives would make sense upon learning about his history, there would still be one overarching question: who was Azunia, and what was the significance of Arden taking on that name? In the soliloquy where Arden unveiled his true identity, he first addressed the nature of Azunia by saying, "You'll never guess whose name Azunia was." This statement could suggest that either Arden himself was ignorant to the name's roots, or that the person to whom the name belonged was of great significance. However, the context behind the name then became more intricate due to disparities that existed between Final Fantasy XV's various language versions. In the French and German renditions, the name received a more elaborate backstory, stating that Arden was the eldest child of the Azunia family, which was eventually renamed as the Lucis Kylum lineage in light of their extraordinary abilities. This explanation was then further reaffirmed in the corresponding translations of episode Ignis. The difficulty came from this not being supported within the English translation, as there was almost no context regarding the name Azunia. It was also similar within the Japanese version, but one of Arden's lines in Chapter 13 would see him acknowledge Azunia as his real name and Lucis Kylum as his formal name, something that supported the French and German translations. Even though it meant there was no definitive answer, when pieced together it felt concrete enough. But when episode Arden released, it muddied the waters further by offering another explanation. Instead of indicating the name Azunia was related to Arden's past, it instead stated that Azunia was the name given to Arden by Vestal upon joining Niflheim. This piece of lore would then be delivered in the same way across each language, as opposed to only being found in one or two of the localization efforts. And due to it being the final piece of content produced, it could therefore be seen as the correct interpretation. This would be further supported by a developer interview conducted by Famitsu. Scenario writer Toru Osanai would end up addressing the matter by explaining that Arden himself could not remember those to whom the surname belonged to due to the overwhelming amounts of information he would take in when absorbing the memories of others. This would see him forget specific factors relative to himself as a result. Additionally, this would also serve to explain Arden's cryptic line about who Azunia was. But even with this answer, the truth is still not 100% clear, and it really comes down to what chain of events players want to believe. The use of flashbacks as a storytelling element has featured quite prominently within the Final Fantasy franchise. Final Fantasy VII and VIII would serve as notable examples, as they frequently employed flashbacks to divulge key plot points. Final Fantasy X would feature a similar narrative device, albeit with a slightly different approach of using spheres. When found, these spheres would often serve as mediums of revelation during various points of the game, but one of its most prominent uses would be at the hands of Jecht, who would record various movie spheres in the hopes of allaying messages to his wife and his son, Tidus. These would appropriately be called Jecht spheres. But what's odd is that the Jecht spheres would actually be one of the few mediums through which we'd really get to know him and his story better, as outside of Yuna, the majority of the denizens of Spira, including many of the main party members, would have next to no knowledge about him. This was particularly strange, as he was an official guardian of High Summer Nebraska alongside Auron, both of whom would be hailed as heroes by Spira. It could be argued that part of the reason for this discrepancy was simply that Auron survived, whereas Jecht did not. But that would only make sense in terms of the wider population. This should not have affected characters like Lulu, Waka, and Kamari. They had spent a lot of time with Yuna, and as she seemed to revere and be very fond of Jecht, it seems odd that he would never have been mentioned when conversations veered towards her
Luna
father's
kinda hot, I ain't
topics.
gonna front.
Outside of Yuna, Seymour,
damn,
of all
Luna.
people, would be one of the few Spearans who actually did know and recognize Jecht. But given his position as a maester, as well as his intricate knowledge regarding the true nature of sin, this wouldn't necessarily be too surprising. While there has often been little discussion about this particular topic, it may be possible to attribute Jecht's obscure status to the dark horse nature of Braska's group. Braska himself had acknowledged that the three of them were considered by the general public to be the least likely candidates to defeat Sin. This was due to their respective outer images, with Braska seen as the summoner married to a heathen Albed, Auron a disgraced warrior monk, and Jecht a drunken blitzball player supposedly from Zanarkand. When taking this into consideration, the trio were practically nobodies within the realm of Spira. Additionally, one could also argue that Auron was actually not that famous or well known, as those who recognized him were often either Yevonites or Guardians themselves, for example Bartello and Wenkinok. And though one might consider that Jecht should have received recognition for his sacrifice alongside Braska in their conquering of Sin, this may be explained by the fact that the true nature of the final Aeon was not known to many, and Yevon wanted to keep it a secret. Though these are simply conjectures, perhaps there really are valid reasons for Jecht's obscurity, but it's still kind of odd in the grand scheme of things. Over the years, Final Fantasy games have taken the fantasy aspect to whole new levels. It's seen the production of fantastic worlds, the existence of creatures like chocobos and Moogles, and both magic and technology that was just awesome. But while all of these in some vein would generally come across to players as being within the realms of possibility within the established lore, there have
looks like a Mega Man Balnebic villain. No offense.
been other occurrences where a little bit of context is required. And one particular instance of this would be Cid Polendina's remarkable survival after enduring a simultaneous fall and explosion in Final Fantasy IV. As the party attempted to flee the underworld on the Enterprise, they were relentlessly pursued by the Red Wings, causing them to be thrown off course. Cid, in an effort to ensure the safety of the remaining members, would bravely sacrifice himself by leaping off the ship and bombing the entrance to the underworld, effectively trapping the Red Wings and preventing them from chasing the Enterprise any further. Cid's efforts would be successful, and due to how successful they were, the party believed that he had died. And this would be logical. After all, Cid jumped from a fast-moving airship from an incredible height, all while triggering a bomb that exploded right around him. Even in a fantasy world, the chances of surviving such circumstances would be extremely slim and nearly impossible to imagine. However, against all odds, Cid managed to defy convention and survive the harrowing experience, and he would later be found in the Cave of the Dwarves, receiving medical attention at their infirmary. But it begged the question, how exactly was he able to endure such a calamitous ordeal? Now, Sid was renowned for his hot-blooded and obstinate nature, alongside his ability to maintain physical prowess despite his advanced age. Based on this, perhaps it was his sheer willpower that enabled him to fight on against the odds and
Maybe he had an iron body potion on him.
survive. Or perhaps the dwarves just have some kind of advanced medical techniques. Either way, that Sid survived in the manner he did has always been a point of contention. But interestingly, this wouldn't be the last time a character would survive near impossible odds. In Final Fantasy VII, for example, Dyne would endure a gunshot wound and fall into a crevice. It would later be discovered that he lived through the incident with only a gunshot wound to his hand. And that brings us on to our final mystery, where we arrive at what perhaps might be the most strange and puzzling occurrence in the franchise, the Lunar Cry in Final Fantasy VIII. The Lunar Cry was defined as a catastrophic phenomenon that occurred when there was an excessive number of monsters on the moon's surface, causing them to overflow and plummet in large quantities onto the Earth's surface. It would be cited as the source of the monsters that plagued the world of Final Fantasy VIII, and we also learned that the phenomenon could also be induced through the use of the lunatic Pandora. In ancient history, the Lunar Cry was responsible for completely wiping out the Cetran civilization, and it was also responsible for creating the giant crater in Trabia. In the present timeline of the game, the Lunar Cry would happen once again, induced by Cypher under Ultima Seer's orders in an effort to retrieve Sorceress Adele's tomb, which was located in the moon's orbit. But even though the Lunar Cry was framed as an important and cataclysmic occurrence in the game, it will be rife with oddities and conflicting details. For one, the explanation as to how it occurs is never really explained. According to the Final Fantasy VIII Ultimania, the Lunar Cry was a product of gravity, and it was likened to that of a tidal force. But that doesn't explain how it would result in a stream of monsters pouring out from the moon in a single column that would then crash into Earth. One might think that, as a Final Fantasy title, it would instead reference magic as some kind of influence for its occurrence, but that was not the case. Additionally, the two previous instances of the Lunar Cry would end up having clear destructive results, the first causing a mass extinction, and the second resulting in a huge crater. But for some reason, the Lunar Cry that took place at Tears Point in the present timeline didn't seem to have any apparent effect at all, either from a physical perspective or from the perspective of there being a huge monster infestation. With this in mind, it begs the question as to what the overarching purpose of the Lunar Cry was, as the only real result of this supposed calamity would be Ultima Seer's retrieval of Sorceress Adele's tomb. Some speculation would perhaps suggest it was an attempt to dig deeper into the dimensional themes of space and time that were featured in Final Fantasy VIII, but on the other hand, it could simply have just been a moment to serve a cool-looking FMV. But the lack of its overall influence on the overarching plot, as well as the world in general, would just make it a questionable occurrence teeming with irregularities. And with that, we're done. Those were 7 unexplained Final Fantasy mysteries. If there's a mystery or phenomenon you're curious about, please let us know in the comments below, and I'm sure a discussion will start up. And if you've enjoyed this video, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel.
It's a badass
Alright,
great
everyone.
sword. Alright, what we got next? What do we got next? Let's check this out.
This guy's
Bro,
meltdown
yelling.
became Japan's biggest meme.
Okay. What happened?
Alright, you might feel bad for him, but let me assure you, he's a massive idiot. The whole story starts with Nonomura Ryutaro, this guy, working a boring office job at City Hall in a small town. He had actually been there for 15 years when one day he saw a man on the news that changed his life forever. Nonomura knew this guy. They went to the same high school. His name was Hashimoto Toru, and he was headline news after becoming the new governor of Osaka in a landslide victory. This made Nonomura jealous. He had the same educational background, including graduating from a top university. Why couldn't that be him on TV? So, Nonomura decided, at the ripe age of 41, he was going to quit his job and become Japan's next political sensation. There was only one problem. In high school, Hashimoto Toru was a Chad rugby star. And by the time he entered politics, he was already a popular TV lawyer. As for Nonomura, he was kinda a loser. He didn't let that faze him though, and within 6 months, he had begun campaigning. He chose a small town called Taishi, also in Hyogo. You know what? Our entire story takes place in Hyogo, okay? And ran to be their mayor. There were only 2 other candidates. It couldn't be that hard, right? He got destroyed. He got completely destroyed. He didn't even get 4% of the vote. But Nonomura had the resolve of a lion. He was not going to give up until he won an election.
Hey, 5%! 2% better! Last year. Whoa! 29%! Oh, now we're talking. 24% better than last year. Now he did worse.
Yes, he had finished in last place 4 times in a row, but his results were getting better over.
Oh, it's Zawe Gintama got it from. I knew Gintama parodied real life events. I just didn't know this was from that event. Oh my god. Oh no, I understand.
この度のアニメ銀魂の失態につきまして、関係者を代表しまして、主役の私、坂田銀時が、謝罪と釈明会見を行いたいと思います。まずは完結しなくてすみませんでした。
Oh my god, I get it now. Hold it at. Why you pour the water? You need to do that.
いいですか。はい、どうぞ。
まずは今回の事態に至った経緯を教えていただきまだ何も聞いてねえよ。私は。
I mean, I expect this from Gintama. Like it's in line with like the dry slapstick humor. So I thought that was just normal behavior. I didn't know that behavior was also taken from this guy. Like Gin likes making a fool of himself. It's just like I expect him to cry like that, but that's funny. Damn, that's rough. That's rough. That's fucking rough.
For time, Nonomura couldn't keep losing forever though. After being unemployed for 3 years, his savings were running out.
Jesus
had spent all his money on politics and even moved to another city to run in their elections. That city, Nishinomiya, was
just moving from city to city just to win an election?
About to have an election for their prefectural assembly, basically their state legislature. So Nonomura needed a winning strategy, and fast. Meanwhile, remember Giga Chad Hashimoto Toru? His career was popping off. As the Zoomers say, he was getting the juice. After becoming governor of Osaka, he left the LDP, more like loser Democratic Party, and started his own brand new political party called Osaka Ishin no Kai, or the Osaka Restoration Association, and this party was dominating. By 2016, it would become the 3rd largest opposition party in Japan, and it still is today. The success of the Osaka Restoration Association gave the jealous Nonomura an idea. What if he made his own party too? But what would he call it? The Osaka Restoration Association was already taken, so he couldn't use that name. Unless, enter the Nishinomiya Restoration Association. He literally just stole Hashimoto's party name, Restoration
Association. This is cool guy named Hashimoto Toru. His party is called the Osaka Restoration Association. I'm looking for a Konogun that for my party initially. What about the Nishinomiya Restoration Association?
He literally just stole Hashimoto's party name to piggyback off of his success. I told you he was a loser. The worst part? It worked. The election took place on April 10th, 2011, and despite his new party copying strategy, Nonomura still wasn't a favorite to win. But on election day, a miracle happened. The race was selecting 7 seats from 10 candidates, of which a whopping 3 of them represented the LDP, the most popular party in Japan. And all 3 of them could have gotten in, but the LDP fucked up. One of their candidates got too many votes, 16,000, leaving the other 2 with only 10,882 and 9,503. The perfect situation for Nonomura, who barely came in 7th place by a 400-vote margin. Nonomura Ryutaro, the only member of the Nishinomiya Restoration Association, was now in the Hyogo Prefectural Assembly and had access to all of the benefits that entailed.
How much you getting paid?
Because of his deceptive party name and his fluke election result, Nonomura didn't start off on the best foot with his colleagues. But now, he was on the assembly and he had a second chance to make a better Not, just kidding. We're talking about this guy, remember? Nonomura's first act before the assembly was to give a long, patriotic speech. He started off by talking about how his dream was to honor the national anthem, put Japan first, and how he really wanted a wife, and he was putting his body on the line to investigate Hyogo's prefectural dating services? Needless to say, this did not give a good first impression on his.
He is not a mentally well-adjusted adult, especially for someone who's 41 years old. God damn. God damn.
Peers. But it didn't stop there. Other members of the assembly immediately clocked him as a weirdo, so he never managed to make any friends. When another member of the assembly was chosen over him for a committee position, Nonomura sent him an email containing the phrase, "This is a command, not a request," and "I will hold this grudge forever." He also kept nominating himself for leadership positions on the committee, but never got a single vote from another member. Even the people who voted for Nonomura didn't really like him. They felt deceived by his party copying strategy. In a particularly embarrassing moment, the assembly leader forced Nonomura to clarify on the record that his party was not affiliated with the Osaka Restoration Association in any way. That still didn't satisfy voters, so in 2012, he renamed his party to Nishinomiya's Goddess of Hope. Then, in 2013, The Last Hope. And again, to The Last Hope Regional Party. He probably would have continued changing the name of his party, but his career in politics took a bit of a nosedive. First, by disclosing my earnings, I ensure I won't lose the public's trust due to conflicts with money.
Oh, hell no. This is not a mentally well-adjusted dude.
Politics. Second, by disclosing my political expenses, I assure there won't be any misuse of funds for personal items. Lastly,
oh, hell no.
By revealing behind the
Why
scenes,
would you shoot yourself in the foot like this? This is not how you become a politician. So you're supposed to lie. You're not supposed to disclose your funds. And you're not supposed to disclose your political expenses. You were never a good politician to begin with. I see why they bully you now.
Hyogo Assembly negotiations, I will provide transparency, guiding our citizens' voting decisions. Prefectural assembly members are given a stipend for political research. And when it comes to political research, let me tell you, Nonomura was basically a modern-day Charles Darwin. When he filed his 2013 expense report, he had spent 3 million yen on research trips. 3 million yen. Damn, he must have traveled all over Hyogo researching, right? Well, not exactly. He basically only went to 2 places. How did he spend that much money going to only 2 places? Well, let's just say he was going on a lot of these research trips. In 1 year, he went on 195 of them. 195! Damn, this motherfucker loved to travel. That's like a trip every other day. So where was he going so often? Well, his main destination was the Kinosaki Hot Spring Station. He went there 106 times. Okay, well, where are these hot springs anyways? Oh, they're on the coast. That's nice. Wait, isn't Nishinomiya all the way down here? A round trip would take 8 or 9 hours and cost like 10,000 yen. Sorry, 15,000 yen. Nonomura paid for first-class tickets each time. But seriously, every other day? It's a bit suspicious. It's almost as if he chose the most expensive ticket to be reimbursed for. Nah, but come on, he's not that dumb. He must have had like receipts, right? Nope, all the trips were fake. In the 3 years he was in office, Nonomura embezzled 8 million yen in tax dollars through business trips. And if the lack of receipts wasn't enough, they also found a whole bunch of itineraries that were actually just impossible. For example, on one day he said he went to the hot springs. Remember, it's a 10-hour trip. He was actually in a meeting. Another one of his fake trips fell on a day where there was record-setting rainfall, and the train he said he took was actually cancelled. He also got caught spending millions of yen in public funds on stamps.
Why
Needless
stamps?
to say, when the public found out about his spending,
Why
they were pretty
stamps?
upset. But Nonomura knew exactly what to do. He decided to hold a press conference. Let's just say it didn't exactly go as planned. At the start, he admitted, he might have messed up on the numbers here and there. He wasn't very good at math. Obviously, this didn't satisfy the press. It only got worse when he responded to questions like, "Do you remember the route you took 106 times to the Kinosaki hot springs?" With answers like, "I am not an expert on trains. I don't remember." The reporters kept pushing, and eventually Nonomura cracked.
カテゴリーに比べたら政務長としてそうと報告の我が県のリード我が県のみな我が県のみならず
His 8-minute rant was more of a collection of yells and cries, but through the few words he managed to get out, people pieced together that he was trying to say, Japan's declining birth rate is more important than my finances. As a member of the prefectural assembly, I have bigger issues to solve than this. It seemed like Nonomura thought he would be able to stay in office after the press conference. And honestly, he might have, if his crying fit didn't make headlines all over the world.
This Japanese politician could not control his emotions.
Oh, no.
You're gonna think it's fake. That's an actual Japanese politician.
It was played everywhere, non-stop. It was on the news, it was online, it was even in anime. It was in games, and of course, it was in memes.
Bro is never living this down. Oh no, they made him into a tow truck.
But Nonomura thought that if he just waited, they'd get. The public demanded his resignation. But Nonomura thought that if he just waited, they'd get over it.
Surely.
Once the police filed charges against him for falsifying official documents, though, reality started to sink in. He immediately resigned and wire transferred back 18 million yen, his entire political expenditures from the 3 years. People were suspicious that he had that much money in his account ready to send, but whatever. The police raided his home, and he admitted that the business trips were fake. Getting Nonomura into a courtroom was pretty difficult though. He basically delayed the trial for 2 years with excuses, and eventually they had to do something really unprecedented and arrest him and bring him to the courtroom just to get him to show up. At the courthouse, he looked completely different from the press conference.
He bald.
He had his head shaved and he was wearing glasses. In the trial, when asked about some forged documents, Nonomura blamed the police for the forgery, saying they must have done it after they seized the documents. To make things worse, Nonomura basically answered every question with, "I don't remember." He said this almost 90 times, prompting a stern warning from the judge. Nonomura's excuse was that he had a memory disorder, so they asked him, when was it diagnosed? To everyone's surprise, he immediately answered the exact date of diagnosis. On July 6, 2016, Nonomura Ryutaro was found guilty and given a 4-year suspended sentence. He now runs an online radio show. I made a whole bonus video for you guys. It's a 100k subscriber special. It's in the description.
That's wild. Ooh, they took to fry him now. Donuts. Glazed donuts. God damn. That's beautiful. That's ironically beautiful. Truly is beautiful as fuck. They got an hour and 45-minute video on the best collection of Korean chocolate. Oh hell no. Nah, you're funny, Damn, this is an actual food show. Holy fucking shit. God damn. Jeez, Luke. That's a lot. That's a lot.
We're trying every type of noodle here in Taipei, Taiwan. But first,
I heckin' love noodles. Let's go, noodles.
Of all kinds. And today, I'm on a mission to explore Taiwan's noodle extremes. I'm talking their cheapest noodles, their oldest noodles, their best noodles, and by the end of this video, we'll be experiencing Taiwan's most expensive noodles. A noodle that costs over $300. Why is it so expensive? You're gonna find out soon. But first, Taiwan's cheapest.
Let me guess, it has foie gras. It has a little of that black stuff and little gold leaves. Yeah, is that what?
Noodle coming in at under $1. Let's go check it out. We have come to our first and cheapest location of the day, right behind me. Here they're serving a few different types of noodles and a lot of pork organs. Which organs? I don't know. They kind of just cut up whatever they want to, throw it on a plate and give it to you. In a moment, I'm gonna go check out the noodles, but first, let's check out the menu. Let me tell you the problem here. Making a menu like this is tough because it is very permanent, but prices fluctuate a lot, especially these days. Thanks a lot, Gerald Ford. What you can see here is that a lot of the base prices are around 20 Taiwanese dollars. In American dollars, that is 62 cents. The prices here are insanely affordable, but I want to see what I get for that amount of money. Is it going to be delicious? Let's go in and find out. Boom, I am in the Dragon's Den right now. This is the kitchen. There are two people busy at work here, and there are just a load of ingredients scattered everywhere. It looks really good. Let me show you some of the noodle options they have here. Here on this table, you can see they have a few different types of noodles, including these flat noodles. And they have these noodles, and they have these noodles, and they have these noodles.
Get them all!
These are actually bean sprouts. This morning's affordable bowl of yum starts with thick-cut rice noodles. Blanch it in the noodle net with bean sprouts. All that gets tossed in a bowl with green onions, crispy fried shallots, and a spoonful of Taiwan's famous minced pork. Finally, a generous pour of rich pork bone broth to make this bowl complete.
Why is it not dark colored?
Meal one, 62 cents for that. This is more, we'll talk about that soon. Immediately, you can kind of see why it would be on the cheap end. The only protein is right here in the form of a kind of a Taiwanese pork sauce. Then we've got bean sprouts, we've got a little bit of dried shrimp, and these green onions.
It's not the dark color flat noodle. I disapprove.
Flat rice noodles. Let's start with the broth. It's slightly porky, very oily, and there's a lot of MSG. That's what it tastes like. Overall, it is heartwarming. I do like it. I think they cool down enough. I'm gonna take a shot at these fat rice noodles.
I'm hungry now.
They look like a pho noodle, but it's nothing like a pho noodle. They're very fat, bouncy, a bit more elastic too. But I gotta say, when you take a bite of that, not a lot of flavor popping off. I'm gonna look at what else is on the table. A little bit of pepper. This looks pretty good. Oh my god, that looks like it might have some flavor. This is going soup? I have no idea. Time to try it again. Second bite. Cheers.
The dumb actually tastes better.
It's so hot. I think the best part of the noodles is the texture. They're so bouncy. When it comes to the flavor, there's not a lot of it. I hope I'm doing something wrong, but maybe this is just what people like. Over here we have our side dish.
Nah, it's not the dark color flat noodles. That's why there's not much flavor. You got the plain kind. That's what you fucked up on, Sonny. You gotta get the dark color flat noodle. That's the shit right there.
Additional 95 cents, you can get this plate of assorted random pig organs. When I asked what he was going to be putting on the plate, he just said basically whatever I want to. Everyone who gets noodles here also orders this, a plate full of random and mysterious meat cuts, a medley of pork organs including heart, liver, and intestine. After chopping, they take a dip.
Yeah, that looks like a liver, heart, and intestine.
Out and doused with a sweet, mysterious brown sauce. So come take a look at what we got. We've got some ginger and thick soy-based sauce on top. This intestine, that liver, that, I don't know. This might just be actual meat. Let's try that. Cheers. Soft. Braised for days, tender. Right here, they've got some liver. The liver is very good, a bit soft, not too livery. And then you've got the intestines. You can literally look into this one, see inside. Now, I don't see any remnants of an old Taco Bell meal or anything like that. Oh, wow. I'm telling you, intestine's not the ideal way to start your day. But here, it's a little bit gamey, mostly gelatinous. It feels like it's been braised for a long time. It's pretty good. So this is breakfast, and our first noodle of the day coming in at a very affordable price.
52 cents?
From here, we're leaving behind the cheapest noodles and heading to the oldest noodle joint in town. A place that's been slanging nudes since the dawn of modern Taiwan.
Damn, that's 49.
Right behind me, Lao Dun. Right?
Well done.
Right. This is one of the oldest noodle locations that you will find in Taipei. It was opened in 1949. And I know what you're thinking. That's not that long ago. My dad was born before that. Here they have a food that has roots in China. Their famous dish is known as dan noodles.
Oh, dan noodles!
Noodle, but it's going to be my first time trying it out. Let's go inside
I've had that
and
before.
take a look.
Yeah,
All right, folks, I'm in the kitchen at our second location. This place is feeling slightly more modern. Let me tell you, the noodle nets that they have here, they're on a timer. That means when these noodles are ready and finished, they automatically come up. It's like an automatic fryer basket, but for noodles. Today, I'm gonna be trying a variety of dan noodles. It's called dan noodles. Let's get into it.
I knew a girl once named Dan. Funny story. I had a crush on this one girl, but she tried to set me up with her best friend. Yeah, I was like, I don't know about this. And her name was Dan. We went on a picnic, and it just felt really weird because it was her, the crush, her best friend, and me, and my crush was trying to set me up with her. We had Dan noodles that day too. I was like, oh yo, your name is Dan. Like, yeah. This is the same name as these noodles. Suffice to say, that was the most awkward conversation to have. It was very hard to carry when all she could reply was yes, and so on. It was just really weird. We never talked again. Now I can't look at the same way whenever I order dan noodles.
Dan are made with a wheat noodle, giving it a firm, chewy texture that stands up to its accompanying bold, spicy, and savory sauce. The final flavor is complex, but the bowl's assembly is simple and straightforward. Start with a hit of savory soy sauce, then creamy sesame paste, and a sprinkle of green scallions. A dash of Szechuan pepper adds a tingling buzz. Then we're ready for the noodles. The noodles head directly from the blanching basket to the bowl, before they're topped with a pile of savory minced meat and a bit more scallion.
Meat sauce.
My second bowl of noodles for the day, right here. You can see on top of the dry noodle, they have this soybean paste. I'm gonna start just by trying out the soybean taste. This is what makes it different from the usual dan. Let's see how it is. Cheers. That's very good. Actually, it's a mixture of soybean paste, but it's also mixed with minced pork. So it's super salty. Then you have the
meat
pork flavor
sauce
in there, so it's got some texture to it too. Amazing. This is a dry noodle. So what we want to do is actually kind of wake up the seasonings and spices that are at the bottom of the noodle. I'm doing my best to really like rotate and get this sauce all over everything. There's just like not that much stuff in the bowl, period. A little bit of minced pork, some of the sauce, a little bit of noodles. Just give it a shot. Cheers. Wow, that's delicious. This is like the ultimate carb bomb. There's a bit of minced pork, but come on, what is that, 5 grams of protein? This is really all about the noodle. And what's great about the noodle is it has this al dente texture to it. So it's not soft like that rice noodle we had earlier that was a little bit more soft and bouncy. This has a nice bite to it. Super delicious.
I can tell this guys is gulping that shit down.
You see why people like this. It's very addicting. One of the things I read about dan noodles is they're usually spicy because they have the Szechuan peppercorn inside. So I was hoping for a little bit of that numbing zing that you get from Szechuan peppers, but here today, I'm not feeling it. I mean, maybe they saw my complexion in the kitchen and they thought, this guy can't handle it. This is a delicious noodle, but it's a noodle that goes way back in history. 1949, basically the year that Taiwan became the Taiwan that we know it as today, the sovereign nation of Taiwan. From the city's oldest noodles, we're now heading to a mall basement to track down the best noodles in Taipei, a place where the noodles are hand-carved before your very eyes. Boom, we've come to our third noodle location right here. This place is known as Lao Shan Dong. Not only that, here, additionally, the noodles are made by hands. Not just one hand, several hands. You should see how many hands are back there. And it's in a mall. What's up with noodle restaurants in malls? Even in Hong Kong, one of the Michelin-rated noodle...
Yeah, that's Chinese culture for you, I think. I mean, it's also, I guess, Asian culture in general, where they have, like, restaurants, supermarkets, and every other shit in the fucking mall. And weddings! They're all wedding dinner parties held at malls. So, Asian culture as it is.
The restaurants we went to was in a mall as well. There's something secret about being in a mall. This place, similar to the last restaurant, has a long history. It started back in 1949, so it's also the oldest restaurant. This place is highly regarded for its beef noodle soup, and it has earned a Bib Gourmand recommendation from the Michelin Guide. Bib Gourmand, what's that mean? Sounds French. So right now I'm in the kitchen. This place, it's a well-oiled machine. They have a big staff and they move smoothly and efficiently. Right now I'm in the noodle making section. Take a look at these guys. These are thick cut noodles cut by hand. We're gonna see how the process works now.
At Lao Shandong Homemade Noodles, the noodle magic begins with flour, water, and salt, kneaded together until the dough is smooth and elastic. The dough gets its beauty rest, allowing the gluten network that's formed during kneading to relax. When ready, it's portioned into smaller chunks. Then it's rolled out into thin sheets using a noodle machine.
So next, this super flat dough is gonna become noodles. He takes his giant rolling pin and he rolls up the noodle. He feeds it through the sheeter. It poops out even thinner noodles. From here, he takes out this ultra thin noodle sheet. He wraps it around the pin, rolling up the entire thing. Then here, he methodically moves the noodles back and forth, creating a stack of noodles that will be easily cut soon. So he cuts the noodles very thick, then he whips the strands out, adds a bit of flour. From here, he portions the noodles into the appropriate length. Once he's cut the noodles down to size, he gathers them up together and he dumps them right here in the bin, and these are now ready to go into some boiling water. So right now I'm headed into the kitchen where they're about to make my dish. It is shredded pork with pickle. I gotta be really careful in here because there are a lot of bubbling cauldrons of hot water and a lot of action. So right here, these are the beautiful noodles we saw already. Right now they're going into the boiling net. I just love the look of these fat, thick cut, wide noodles. Noodles are being drip dried, then fed into this giant bowl. Right here we have the shredded pork and pickle mixture. She's gonna hit it with a little bit of oil, salt, MSG, green onions, and then she's gonna dump in this glorious hot pork broth. And then the owner of this place is putting some sesame oil on top, and that dish is complete.
That looks good, actually. That's a lot of onions. That looks good.
Right now, for $2.78, you can get all of this right here. This is shredded pork. I gotta say, for the price, a decent amount of meat, but it's really all about these lavish noodles. Noodles I just saw made in front of my very eyes moments ago. In a moment, I'm gonna be biting into those noodles, but first, pork skin, or whatever this is right here. I saw them working on this as soon as I came in. It was coming out of big molds, and it looked like there was some kind of pork ear in here or something.
Oh, that's good! I love that shit.
Jello?
Pork jello, as I call it, is a savory treat made by simmering pork bones and skin in water, then combining it with Chinese 5-spice until you get a rich, flavorful broth. As it cools, it morphs into
I
a
love this shit,
texture, creating a porky bite of jello.
Not your typical type of jello. I like my jello usually mixed with strawberries, bananas, but why not with pork skin? Let's go for it. What if I told you that was lovely? Oh my god, that's really good. That tastes like a gelatinized pho broth. It tastes like Chinese 5-spice. Mixed into a jello, it's jiggly, and then the skin is gelatinous. I was not expecting to fall in love with that today, but that's pretty dang good. I must cleanse my palate of this pork skin and get into this, starting with the broth. Let's give it a shot.
That's gonna be a good ass broth.
A very gentle broth, very savory, a bit of fattiness. He put a big squirt of sesame oil at the end. It imparts a delicious smoky flavor onto whatever you put it on. Good broth. I can't believe this whole bowl is just under $3. Take a look at these chunky handmade noodles. The fact that he was able to use the rolling pin and maneuver this long sheet of noodles back and forth to make a perfect stack that he could cut piece by piece. It's super impressive. Let's see how it tastes. Cheers. That's the best noodle so far today. It's got body, it's got bite, it's almost pillowy, and it really soaks up the sauce just perfectly. But this isn't just about the noodles. Here we have the shredded pork mixed with the pickled vegetables. Everything here is on point. The pork is perfect, flavorful, juicy. It tastes like pork. And then the pickled vegetables has some great bite to it. It almost feels like jicama. This is the most remarkable $3 you could spend probably anywhere. So far, we have tried 3 different types of noodles in Taiwan. Each noodle is getting a bit better than the one before it. But next we're moving from something that costs under $3 to something that costs over 100 times the price of this bowl right here. But is it over 100 times better? I'm going to find out.
6 years ago, I ventured to Taiwan in search of the most expensive bowl of noodles I could find, not just in the country, but in all of Asia. Many questioned whether these noodles were even worth trying, with some saying It was an absolute waste of money. Welcome to our fourth and final noodle location of the day. Behind me, Nyo Baba. Nyo Baba Beef Noodle, a place where beef noodles hit the high notes and the high prices. Here, they have the most expensive noodles you will find in Taiwan. The beef here is sourced from top-tier Wagyu cattle, meticulously prepared to melt in your mouth. Last time I went here, a lot of you in the comments were talking.
I was like wondering what the fuck.
Haters. People looking at this man and his delicious beef recipe saying, hey, over $300 is ridiculous. No one should ever pay that for noodles. Well, guess what? I'm gonna tell him about your comments and see what he thinks about your thoughts about his noodles. It's been 6 years and he's still here, baby. Get ready for Taiwan's expensivest noodle. Sir, it's been 6 years since I've been here. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
My first question, how is everything going?
It's been a bit tough during COVID, but it's going well overall. Business is okay.
During COVID, did anybody order that $300 noodle for takeaway?
Maybe just 1 or 2 people.
Were they drunk?
Most people come over and order in the restaurant. We also prefer not to offer delivery for the most expensive dishes because they're way better when you dine in.
I totally agree. Last time I was here, I put the video on YouTube. Did you read the comments?
Yeah, I read the comments.
What do you say to these people that have these criticisms about your very expensive noodles?
The
People have different opinions, and I take them seriously. I'm here to refine and perfect, to prove that every bowl is worth every penny.
It's not about making the most expensive bowl, it's about making the best possible bowl.
I'm not saying it's the best noodle out there, but this is how I envision the ideal bowl. I'm always open to discussions and feedback from customers to keep making it better and better.
Standing his ground, yet humble at the same time. Sir, thank you so much. 谢谢. Right now I'm in the kitchen and the cooking is about to begin, but here's one thing that was not mentioned in the interview that's kind of interesting. You see, the price is the same as it was about 6 years ago, 10,000 Taiwanese dollars. But back then that was about $340. Now it's about $310. So technically I'm getting a 10% discount right now because of the exchange rate and how it's changed over time. The magic of this place is in its high quality ingredients. Here we have the noodles going into the blanching nets. Freshly made noodles are cooked to just the right texture and they're put inside the bowl. And the whole bowl is assembled with a careful balance of ingredients. It starts with the finest cuts of Wagyu beef. And then he puts in some ribs. Here we have a mix of tendon and beef. Then we have some Wagyu steak. The broth is a masterpiece on its own. So I'm told this one is going to be on the bottom. This one is going to be on the top. I've never seen something like this. 2 broths working together. Simmered for hours using premium beef bones, beef marrow, and beef gelatin. That's just the first layer. The second layer brings the zing, the extraction of beef stew with herbs, jazzed up with soy sauce, rock sugar, and 5-spice. Oh my gosh, just look at that insanely rich color. At last we have the final bowl right here. It looks amazing. Sir, thank you so much. All right, folks.
That's that rich people cutlery and plates. Damn.
In Taiwan, and quite possibly the most expensive noodle you'll find in all of Asia. Let's talk about the price, actually. I've got the menu right here. The menu here is very wide-ranging, from very accessible, affordable food for as much as $280. That's under $10 to this right here. This bowl right here costs $309.16. The presidential beef noodle soup uses only the most ultra-premium beef. It's not just A5, it's A6.5. It is beef fit for royalty. It was launched in 2007, and it is a culinary masterpiece offered by Nyo Baba. That gave me goosebumps reading that. The color in this broth is unlike any other type of beef noodle you will ever see. It is such a peculiar shade of brown. It's gorgeous. Time to give it a shot. Let's go. It's so good. It's such a wild flavor. It is like one of the most deep, complex beef broths you will ever taste in your life. The balance between light and heavy, it's pretty much perfect. I don't know how you get too much better than that. Then there's the beef. There's a few different cuts in here. This is half tendon, half beef. And you can actually see they've used a scissors or some kind of an instrument to cut the meat down to this perfect shape and size, guaranteeing that you only get the most beautiful, perfect bite. I'm gonna give it a shot. Cheers. Oh man, tender, gelatinous, sticky tendon mixed with a little bit of meat from the beef melts in your mouth. It's delicious. Before we have any more beef, let's talk about that noodle. This is a much more thin noodle, a refined noodle. Let's give it a shot. Cheers.
very good noodle, perfectly bouncy. It's got some bite to it. It's slightly chewy. It's so good. Right here, we have some of that Wagyu. Look at it, cut into perfect little cubes. It's juicy. You can actually see the fat striations going throughout the protein. And I'm gonna mix some of that with some of this noodle. Give it a shot. Oh my God, it's unbelievably good. I wish I could tell you that the owner of this stall was standing behind the camera with a gun to my head, but he's not. He told me to say he's not. It literally melts on your tongue, and it's the perfect blend of flavors when you have those chewy noodles. For me, it's a 10 out of 10. In talking to the owner, I gotta say, I really like his point of view. When you make a dish like this, you're putting yourself out on a limb. You're exposing yourself to criticism. This is somebody trying to create culinary perfection, constantly changing this living recipe.
I wonder how
adjusting it
Gordon
over time,
Ramsay
and making
rated.
it better and better as he gets closer and closer to perfection. So from here, we've had our most expensive bowl of noodles in all of Taiwan. I'm gonna step outside next and tell you which one was my absolute favorite from today. Let's move. Boom! Today we ate 4 different types of noodles here in Taiwan. Very affordable noodles, very old noodles, very best noodles, and the very most expensive noodles, $310. You won't find anything more expensive than that in Asia. And if you do, let me know, because I want to go there and I want to try it out. So every noodle experience had something unique to offer, but I gotta say the last location was the best for me. So all I can say to all the haters out there is that your words are literally jet fuel for this man. The more you hate on his noodles, the more his noodles will, he's gonna keep making the noodles. He's unstoppable is the main point. Before we go, I want to say a huge thank you to Ola
Honestly, now I'm fucking
for
hungry.
helping to make this video possible. Ola Taipei is offering custom private tours led by passionate locals like her. Ola Taipei takes you beyond the typical tourist spots, from cat cafes and antique shops to scenic hikes. Experience Taiwan's culture.
What we got left, chat? What we got left? Yeah, but
This is one of the most disturbing franchises we've ever covered. This is normally where I put in a joke or a light-hearted comment, but today is not the day for that. What initially appears as a bright and colourful set of flash games for young girls quickly reveals a dark story of trauma, along with the very sad and very real issues that can cause it. This theory is not for the faint of heart, but if you are willing to keep going, there's a fascinating story waiting for you. You have been warned.
I saw another video of this a long time ago for Lacey.
Hello,
It's kinda
Internet.
weird.
Welcome to Game
Game
Theory,
Theory
the
is
show
something
that really misses good old-fashioned flash games. Nothing can scratch that nostalgic itch quite like going back through Newgrounds and finding that game you used to play almost 20 years ago. But clearly, I'm not the only one feeling nostalgic for this era of gaming, because recently a new YouTube series has popped up from the YouTuber Ghost Tundra about an old flash series that no one has heard of, Lacey Games. The reason no one has heard of it? Well, because it never really existed. Yeah, this is a Petscop situation, where we follow the Let's Plays of a user as they document an old series of flash games from their childhood. Except, these aren't real games. Despite what you may have seen YouTubers playing online, the only true versions that exist are on Ghost Tundra's channel as part of this series. Why are we talking about a YouTube series here on Game Theory rather than Film Theory? Maybe if Lee wasn't so busy stealing my stuff, then I wouldn't have to steal this from him.
Oh, what's that? I couldn't hear you over all these great video game movies.
This series is also about games, whether they're real or not, so it does feel like it fits here on Game Theory. Though, as you can probably guess, not all is as it seems. Initially, it's just a series of simulator games that would belong on any Flash website, things like dress-up sims, cooking sims, pet grooming sims, and makeup sims. But when the video's uploader digs around the Lacey Games site, they discover some disturbing secrets hidden within these seemingly innocent games. Creepy characters hiding in darkness, cryptic messages flashing between frames, and disturbing visuals of Lacey taking her own life. What the heck is going on with this game designed for kids? Is this some weird demonic spirit possessing the game? Or a video game character come to life? No. In fact, the weirdest part of all of this is exactly how the developer intended these games to be. They made these games as a warning. So let's turn our clocks back to 2009, theorists, because we are going to piece together all the hidden clues to figure out what the heck is happening inside Lacey Games, and whether there is anything we can do to save both Lacey and its developer. The series begins with the game Lacey's Wardrobe, which starts as a wholesome dress-up sim where the player prepares Lacey for her cute date, trying on different combinations of tops and shoes. Honestly, I'm kinda digging these looks. They're the perfect level of 2000s adorable. Though it doesn't take long for these things to take an unsettling turn. As the player completes outfits for Lacey, a figure stalking her in the distance gets closer and closer and and closer. He leaves threatening voicemails, sends her gory presents, and ultimately gets hold of her. Now, normally at this point, you'd expect that the character is trapped in a basement somewhere and that you have to escape or something, but not Lacey. The results here are much darker. Here, she is dismembered and then eaten. Yeah, I told you the series was dark, and if that was too much for you, it's only gonna get worse from here. So, this is your final warning. After this point, we are going to be getting into some very real and very disturbing stuff. I urge you to proceed with caution. There is no shame in backing out now, but if you have chosen to stay, let's move on to the next installment, Lacey's Diner. This is a game about Lacey running a restaurant. Normally, everything is fine. You just put the ingredients into a bowl and serve your creations to your customers. But the video's poster informs us that there's a secret ending, and in it, Lacey's business begins to fail. She does not handle this career failure well, and ends up creating the most advertiser-unfriendly recipes you could imagine, using ingredients like cockroaches, broken glass, cigarette butts. Not exactly what you'd expect from a kid's game. However, during this segment, it becomes clear that the business failing isn't actually the root of this psychological break. It comes from her past trauma. We get several flash frames of disturbing poetry, with one of the less graphic lines reading, "When he looked down, he saw my little bruised cheeks smiling back at him, the exact size of his sweaty palms." The rest of the lines aren't strictly safe for YouTube, but that first line gives us all we really need to know. Lacey was being abused. Each unsavory ingredient Lacey puts into her final meal ties into what she went through. The cockroaches that lined her ceiling, the broken glass she was hurt with, and a bag of drugs that she was forced to take. All of this is telling us about Lacey's backstory. She was traumatized by those experiences, and now every wrong ingredient, every small setback, every mistake, they bring all of that trauma back to the surface, causing the games to literally fall apart at the seams and reveal the broken little girl that lies beneath. This then continues in the third installment, Lacey's Pet Shop. As usual, it starts out like a classic kids game where Lacey grooms pets, washing them, cutting their hair, but the requests get more and more extreme, asking her to stretch out their necks or cut off their limbs. After she causes too many atrocities, it devolves even further into a nightmarish point-and-click adventure game, and it's here where we learn the truth about Lacey's abuse. As you go through this new section, text appears in the bottom right corner that says, "Uncle, have you seen Puddles anywhere? I can't find her." And she goes on to say, "Stop laughing." Later on, we discover that Puddles was Lacey's dog, but only as she mourns for the death of her sweet little angel. It seems pretty clear that her uncle was laughing because he knew exactly where Puddles was. He was the one who killed Puddles. She follows this up later with another poem. Quote, "For years he was barking up the wrong tree, worried about his sins becoming too visible on my skin." For this poem to immediately follow the lamenting of her dog, the one her uncle killed, suggests that wasn't all that he was responsible for. He was also responsible for her horrid living conditions, her pain, and her suffering. He was Lacey's abuser. It is at this point, however, that we begin to see something shift. While she mourns her dog, she defiantly states, "You can hurt me all you like, but weren't allowed to take it away from me. I will let you rot." Her dog being killed was the final straw, causing something to snap inside Lacey. When she enters the next room, she tells us this, "And when he turned his back, I was the dog that bit his neck." Then, suddenly, she wakes up back in the world of sunshine and rainbows. It was all just a nightmare, except there's a corpse peering out from under her bed. Lacey finally took revenge on the man who caused her so much pain, killing him in a burst of rage, leaving his corpse to rot beneath her. However, at the end of this video, there's one final detail that changes everything we've seen so far. At the beginning and end of the video, we hear audio recordings from a character called Grace Assop. She is one of the founders of LaceyGames.com. But during her final recording, we hear her say this.
"I only then realized the other co-founder, Rocio, was hiding a lot of things from me."
Now, if you've not been going through this series frame by frame like I have, that likely doesn't mean anything to you. But we saw this name appear during Lacey's Diner. In the disturbing ingredients section, once you place the drugs into the mixing bowl, the game cuts to an image of a drug fact sheet, and on it is Rocio's name. In the next video, titled The Disturbing Rabbit Hole of LaceyGames.com, we hear an interview between Grace and a new character, Charlie, the person who has been uploading these Let's Plays. Grace informs us that while she was in charge of managing the website, Rocio was the game's designer and was responsible for inserting all the concerning content. Her inserting her own name like this on something so realistic and horrifying can only really mean one thing. The poem of abuse, these ingredients, these aren't from Lacey's backstory. They're from Rocio's. In Pet Shop, we see more confirmation of this, with the video cutting to real footage from Rocio's perspective, and it follows the events we saw Lacey describing about killing her uncle. Despite the sunshine and rainbows, the darkness didn't go away. Quote, "It's been days, but I just can't leave. He's still under the bed. He'll look at me." Rocio was lying in bed for days after she killed him, with his corpse just lying underneath her. She was too paralyzed by his influence, even after his death, to allow herself to leave. This inaction matches a scene earlier in Pet Shop, where Lacey crawls into a cage, knowing it's bad for her, but feeling comfort in its familiarity. All Rocio knew was abuse. It's why it took the death of Puddles to break free from it, and took her a while to build the confidence to leave that part of her life behind. It's here that the live-action Rocio dreams of her future in cartoony thought bubbles. It's here, when Rocio sits in bed with her uncle dead beneath her, that the idea of Lacey was born. A happy girl with dreams and aspirations, one who could do things she was never allowed to do, like go shopping or buy CDs of her favorite songs. This is why Ghost Hunter used mixed mediums in this scene, setting up a juxtaposition between the grim, unlit reality of Rocio and the bright future of Lacey. But if Rocio went on to create Lacey games to play out her dreams, to be the perfect, bright and happy character unburdened by her past trauma, how, and more importantly, why, did they turn into the disturbing messes that we've been seeing? Charlie even makes the comment that the website isn't the same as she remembers, which tells me that these games may not have always been like this. That they likely started off as good and wholesome to reflect the ideal world Rocio wanted to live in, only for something to bring her crashing back down to reality. And thanks to that final video, we know exactly what that something was. We're told by Grace during the rabbit hole video that the site was getting hate mail from parents who thought that one of the characters, Lacey's tomboy skater friend Jay, was a bad influence on their daughters. Good to see angry hate comments were still a thing back in 2009, and just as ridiculous as ever. Though Rocio did what I'm sure many YouTubers wish they could do, she replied with a snarky comment. Careful what you wish for. She did then comply with their requests, but in a more malicious way than they'd expected. In this video, we are shown two games, Jay's skating game and Lacey's makeup parlor. Jay's skating game is a classic Flash skater game where you jump from building to building on a skateboard, though it ends with Jay whizzing off a building and falling into a pit of spikes. Jay wasn't just being removed, she was being killed off, which I don't think is what the parents had in mind, nor were they expecting what happened next. In Lacey's makeup parlor, Lacey does the makeup for several women with their eyes shut, but their faces start to sag, eyes open with uneasy stares. One client even has a maggot crawl across her face. Then Jay's mutilated body suddenly appears, revealing that Lacey isn't your average beautician, but a mortuary cosmetologist, applying lipstick to her friend's corpse while having a mental breakdown as she processes the death. From the website, it is clear that a huge part of Lacey Games' identity was the friendship between Lacey, Maisie, and Jay. With Lacey being a manifestation of Rocio's hopes and dreams, it stands to reason that strong friendships were a core desire of Rocio's as well. Killing off her perfect friend was heartbreaking, but what was worse was that whenever there was conflict on the site, her friend Grace played the victim and placed all of the blame on Rocio, saying horrible things about her and eventually abandoning the project altogether. Once again, this perfect world Rocio had dreamed up wasn't coming true, and so she took a different approach. In the audio recordings from Grace at the start of the Pet Shop episode, we see an About Us page that revealed that Rocio and Grace started this site together as, quote, a safe space for kids to play. I mean, sure, if you call a website full of death, abuse, and cannibal jump scares as a safe space, then mission accomplished. Joking aside, I actually think that despite the changes Rocio made, she believes this statement to be completely accurate. When Lacey finds a mirror in Pet Shop, we see this character appear.
God damn!
The mirror shows this as a reflection of Lacey, the real Lacey, Rocio, and she's breaking the fourth wall, speaking directly to the children playing her game. She goes on to say, "I made lots of games for you, but with none of those lies." This isn't the first time lies has been mentioned in the series either. During Lacey's diner, one of the many flash frames reveals a poem like you'd expect, although this one isn't about her uncle. Instead it reads, "They used to teach kids such perverse little bizarre lies that they passed as truth." That is a bit of a mysterious statement, however, within the context of Lacey's diner, it makes perfect sense. To get this poem, Charlie had to go down the hidden bad route, which leads to Lacey's business failing. The themes of this bad ending are all about the weight of failure, and the inability to handle the pressure required to succeed. Contrast this with the good ending, or any traditional children's media for that matter. They don't have realistic depictions of failure. Is your dream to run a successful diner? Well, your dreams are achievable with a few easy clicks of a mouse. Charlie even notes that to unlock this hidden ending, you have to run down a timer that's longer than anyone would need for this simple task. The threat of failure is more of a vague illusion to make a child's inevitable victory all the more sweeter. This is what Rocio meant about Lacey Games being a safe space. The lies Rocio is taking issue with here are the sugar-coated messages children are told. Morals that say life is easy if you follow your dreams, that good people prevail, and that everything will be okay in the end. These are the lies she was taught growing up. But reality proved it all to be false, and so she wouldn't sugarcoat things. She would tell it like it is in order to protect other little girls from going through what she did. Jay's skating game is about how recklessness can spin out of control and lead to fatality. Pet Shop is about the fragile morality of pets and how it's selfish to treat them as accessories. Makeup Parlor is about the expectation for women to look attractive no matter what their struggles. And Wardrobe is about how dangerous men will prey on girls no matter what they wear. In Rocio's mind, she was keeping the kids safe. It's just that her methods for safety aren't the same as yours or mine. They're twisted to extremes by her own tragic experiences, causing everyone around her to run away in fear. To the point that when Charlie mentions Rocio has been missing since 2010 and that they need to find her, Grace responds with, "Oh yeah, and that bombshell about Rocio disappearing, that's basically where the series ends, at least for now. After her dream career and relationships were dashed, and she distorted her sight with real but horrific lessons, Rocio just disappears. Is she dead? Was she kidnapped? We never really get an answer. Unless, of course, you are paying very close attention. In the final frames of the rabbit hole video, we are given one last poem to decipher, and it goes like this. She stepped into the empty room at the edge of the universe and calmly walked towards the single button on the wall, which, as she had been told by the gods above, could delete the existence of anyone she disliked. She thought long and hard of all the ugliest souls she had ever known. She made her decision, and her finger met the button without any ceremony. But looking down at her feet, it was all red with blood. She stood in shock. The blood tainted her very being. She thought deletion would be clean and instant, without realizing that death is the only deletion that exists, and that there is no death without painful, unrelenting grief. And grief stared at her through mirrors forever, from the eyes of all she had ever thought to delete. It was a world catastrophe. Now, initially, the reading for this seems pretty darn obvious. She wanted to delete the person she disliked the most. In nearly every Lacey game, Lacey dies, usually by her own hands. And in one case, we see Lacey being choked by an illustration of Rocio. Lacey was Rocio's optimism, a fun-loving girl with lots of friends, a part of her filled with the lies told to children. This visual of choking occurs during a section about Rocio killing off Jay, which was the result of this illusion shattering. In that moment, Rocio killed her own creation and what it represented. Lacey was the soul she disliked the most. But at the end of the day, Lacey was still a part of herself. And so when she looked down after hitting delete, she saw herself covered in blood. She realized that metaphorically deleting Lacey wasn't enough. It needed to be literal. Death is the only true deletion, which meant ending not just Lacey's life, but her own too. However, while that would be a suitably sad ending for a series like this, something didn't feel right to me. If Rocio had died in 2010, I feel like her body would have been found, right? And with the site being as popular and as controversial as it was, that would have been a big story, or at least been easy to find with a quick Google search. For her to still be missing and her disappearance to be considered a mystery feels like the answer can't be that straightforward. Maybe that's just the FNAF brain rot talking. But as I went frame by frame through each video, there was a detail that stood out to me. In the video, Lacey's Diner, we see this final frame. It depicts a real person wrapped in some kind of cord or wire with the caption, "I'm in heaven." This is Rocio, and while the use of heaven might make you think of peace and the afterlife, like someone might believe they find if they unalive themselves, the fact she's able to write this seems to imply that she's somehow still present to tell us this, that her heaven isn't the heaven we might expect. The wires tying her up are also an interesting choice. They actually repeat several times throughout the series. In Pet Shop, we see these wires tethering her to the ceiling. The images are obviously super distorted, but the way those cables are hanging from the ceiling and are clearly coiled, they remind me of computer or internet cables from my old media company days. Then, in Rabbit Hole, we see several flashes of Rocio tangled in those same wires, except this time, there's a circuit board thrown into the mix. Is this telling us that Rocio somehow connected herself to the computer? That her afterlife is inside Lacey Games? I know, it sounds far-fetched. Why would this game grounded in gritty, disturbing realism suddenly take a supernatural turn? Believe me, I get it, but hear me out. Right at the end of Pet Shop, Grace mentions that Rocio is likely dead. But when she does, we suddenly see a face appear in the screen with the word hello. This feels like Rocio showing us she isn't dead, but alive and able to respond to things said about her. We see the same thing play out in the Rabbit Hole video. In it, there's a moment where the screen cuts to a bunch of eyeballs looking around. Then the video of Charlie and Grace pops back up, only this time it's inverted. Like it's from the reverse point of view, like someone within the computer looking out. As Grace speaks and drops her not very friend-like opinions about Rocio, the screen once again begins to glitch out. It's reacting to what she's saying. Blood appears on the video window and the same face appears. Rocio is watching everything from inside the games. That's why no one has been able to find her for 14 years. She's stuck somewhere no one can reach her. Deleting herself didn't mean ending her life, just ending her existence in the physical world. And now she is inside her own creation. But hope is not lost for Rocio. When Lacey first enters the digital nightmare space in Pet Shop, she's confronted by Skelecat. Skelecat's whole thing is that she's a rude gatekeeper, saying, "I've been hurt, so I will hurt others." This is exactly how Rocio has operated throughout the series. She was hurt by angry parents, by her friend Grace, and so she went on to hurt other people. However, Skelecat isn't a lost cause. Lacey's able to brighten her mood by returning her skin, which allows the player to proceed. She undoes the hurt that Skelecat has been through. So how do we metaphorically return Rocio's skin? How do we help make up for the hurt she suffered? That, I believe, will come down to Grace and Charlie. Charlie is a fan of the site and can make up for all those old criticisms by showing appreciation for Rocio's work. She's sharing it online with theorists like us, and we always appreciate games like this. Charlie even says that Jay, the controversial member of the group, is her favorite character. As for Grace, Rocio is clearly listening out for her words specifically. All Grace needs to do is look inward and show this digital Rocio the kindness she should have offered her back when they were partners. Those small actions are all it's gonna take to save Rocio. At the very least, I think we can all take away an
So the theory is Lacey's in the game.
Lesson from Rocio's story. Behind all the content we consume, be it games, social media, or YouTube, there's a person on the other side of that screen. Someone who just wanted to bring some joy to people in a world full of hate. You have no idea what they've been through, what they're going through. Your words have more impact than you realize. Let's encourage that optimism and creative passion, instead of encouraging people to destroy it. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. And
cool. You know what? I don't know. I'm tired, chat. I'm gonna eliminate one of the videos. Yeah? No, we'll see this.
Just another day in Charleston, West Virginia, and the worker is clocking in for his shift at the chemical factory. As he slides his punch card, hearing the click that signifies the beginning and end of most of his days, he lets out a sigh of resignation. This isn't really the life he had imagined for himself as a boy, but it's a union job and the pay isn't bad, so it's all worked out okay in the end. He doesn't love the smell, but there are worse jobs out there. It does get a bit monotonous though. The same old thing day in and day out. Nothing ever changes around here. At least, nothing ever changed until now. As he walks to his usual station, the worker stops and does a double take. There's a workplace safety poster pasted in the entryway, one that he's seen every workday for the past 5 years. In all that time, the text never changed, but today, it's different. The reminder to always wear safety goggles and gloves has vanished, replaced with an illustration depicting a bowl of fruit. The text now reads, "The recommended daily amount for vitamin C is 75 milligrams a day for women and 90 milligrams a day for men. Make sure to eat your fruit, it's yummy too." The worker pauses for a moment, squinting in confusion. That's odd. Management has never given dietary advice before, seems strange to start now. But maybe there's some new employee health initiative he doesn't know about. He shrugs and continues inside. But as he enters the factory, he realizes right away that something is wrong. No one is working. None of the machinery is operating. Everyone is just standing around, speaking feverishly to one another. He taps one of the other workers on the shoulder, asking what everyone is so upset about. The man explains that one of the machines stopped working, so they tried to perform a repair, and when they opened it up, well, it'll be easier just to show him. When the worker's eyes fall on the open machine, he can scarcely believe what he's seeing. What was once a collection of metal parts, wheels and gears performing specialized functions, is now cubes of Swiss cheese and slices of tomato. What is this? Some kind of joke? No one at the factory is willing to confess to playing the bizarre prank, one that will cost them all a day's worth of pay if it isn't fixed soon. One worker runs to grab the manual for the equipment, but when he brings it over to the crowd, they find that all of the diagrams regarding the machinery are gone. Instead, the book is filled with nutritional information, recommendations of achieving a balanced diet, and a collection of 20 simple and healthy weeknight recipes. While that might be useful for someone trying to make a vegetable lasagna, it's pretty much worthless for the situation at hand. The workers at this chemical factory don't know, but the same phenomenon is afflicting factories all across town. Vital machinery is transforming into food, and all words printed on site are changing to encourage a healthy, balanced diet. Assembly lines are halted for the day, and workers are sent home as the management of these various factories attempts to uncover what appears to be some sort of grand food-based conspiracy. No one can pinpoint just what is going on. No one, that is, except for a group of kids out of school for the summer who just so happen to be walking along the bank of the Big Coal River in search of something to occupy this beautiful day. While the factory workers are panicking and scrambling for answers, this group of kids suddenly smells something delicious. The aroma wafts along the water, coming from somewhere just around the river bend. Curious, and with grumbling stomachs, the kids follow the smell until they spot its source. A man, or something shaped a bit like one, made entirely from macaroni and cheese.
What the fuck?
At first, the kids aren't quite sure what to make of this figure. On one hand, they love mac and cheese. But on the other hand, all of their parents have warned them about stranger danger before. No one ever prepared them for the possibility of a stranger made from their favorite food. They're about to give up and run away, writing the whole thing off as some sort of strange lunchtime fairy tale, when the mac and cheese man speaks. "Hi there, kids. Mac and cheese is pretty good, huh?" The kids don't answer, staring in wide-eyed silence. He takes this silence as an invitation to keep talking. "But when we have mac and cheese, it's important for us to make sure we eat our veggies too. Isn't that right, Mr. Broccoli?" He turns and faces the water, staring expectantly. After a moment of silence, something breaks through the surface of the water. Something green. A sea monster? The kids scream, backing away. "Don't be afraid. It's good for you. Look!" As the figure emerges from the water, the kids realize that it isn't a monster after all. It's a figure made entirely out of broccoli. The broccoli man opens his mouth to speak, but water pours out instead. He clears his throat, then tries again. Hey there, don't be scared. It's very important to eat your vegetables. The broccoli man walks toward the mac and cheese man and climbs onto his shoulders as the kids watch, dumbfounded. They hear footsteps coming from behind them and turn to see even more piles of food shaped like people. One looks like applesauce, and one looks like peanut butter. One of the kids lets out a blood-curdling shriek at the sight. She's allergic to peanuts and left her EpiPen at home. The kids run away from the river as fast as their feet can carry them, leaving the food people standing by the water, sad and confused. When they get home, the kids feverishly tell their parents what they saw that day. Several of them are surprised by the reaction. Their parents believe them. They have similarly strange stories from their days at work and can all agree that something very, very strange is going on in town.
The food are fighting
After
back.
a few calls to the authorities, which are initially written off as pranks, word of this anomalous food-based activity reaches the SCP Foundation. Agents are quickly dispatched to the area to investigate, and along the bank of the river, they find the food people that the children encountered, all standing on each other's shoulders. One by one, the agents manage to wrangle the food people into a van for transport to the nearest containment facility, but their work is not yet done. The anomalous activity is continuing to spread, turning stop signs to giant pieces of pepperoni and street lamps to bushels of apples and oranges. Whatever is causing all of these changes, it's still in the area. The agents cross to the other side of the river, where an unmarked building stands abandoned and in disrepair. The first thing that the agents notice is the bugs. Swarms of ants and other insects pour out of the building when they open the front door, seemingly drawn by the piles of food scraps strewn across the floor. If they didn't know better, they'd think someone was squatting here and stockpiling food. But they do know better. They've seen the food people with their own eyes. So they aren't too shocked to see more of them huddled inside the ruined building. They are shocked, however, to see just how many of them there are. Almost 24 food people are waiting inside, stacked on top of each other in a pyramid formation. Grains make up the bottom of the pyramid, with fruits and vegetables on top. On top of the produce people, there are a few made from dairy products like cottage cheese, and some made of nuts. On top, there is a single figure made from butter. The agents consider calling for backup, but the food people appear to be peaceful. One by one, the agents disassemble the pyramid, and each of the food people comes with them quietly, climbing into the van. When the building is clear, the agents transport all of the food people back to the nearest Foundation site and get to work on putting out a cover story to the people of Charleston. As far as the people of Charleston, West Virginia know, the food people they saw that day, and every other strange occurrence, was caused by a chemical leak. Chemicals in the Big Coal River caused a variety of unusual effects on the population and produce. That was all, nothing more to worry about. They would never know why they all ended the day with the feeling of a full, satisfied stomach, or why they all had so much energy the next day. And they would never know that their town had been visited by SCP-1630. SCP-1630 refers to a group of 25 anomalous humanoids, each 1.54 meters tall and weighing between 21 and 231 kilograms. Instances of SCP-1630 appear to have intelligence corresponding with the average intelligence of humans between the ages of 20 and 26, and are fully capable of standard human sense and perception. The most unusual aspect of SCP-1630 instances is their physiology. Each instance is made up of an edible substance that is a common mainstay of the human diet, such as fruits and vegetables, cheeses, meats, and grains. What appears to be an instance's clothing is actually part of its body, and is also composed of these edible components. Any damage to the body of an SCP-1630 instance will be healed promptly, at a rate of 1 kilogram of regenerated mass per hour. Their bodies can be damaged by anything that would do damage to the edible substance a given instance is made up of, but they do not appear to decompose or rot at a standard rate. As of today, no instance of SCP-1630 has decomposed or died while in Foundation custody. The instances are capable of speech and communication consistent with their estimated intelligence levels. Every instance of SCP-1630 in Foundation containment has been cataloged, and though I have no interest in reading out the details on all 26 of them, I will provide some highlights for your consideration. The first instance to be contained and cataloged by the Foundation was SCP-1630-01. Its body is composed of raw meat, mainly pork and steak. When spoken to, it has expressed a passionate interest in food-based trivia, particularly pertaining to meat. It has a friendly, talkative disposition and is known to engage staff in rounds of meat-based trivia questions. Foundation staff converse with this instance and participate in its quizzes on a regular basis in order to maintain a congenial relationship and guarantee the entity's cooperation. SCP-1630-06 is a being constructed from baked beans, held together by joints made from pulverized beans to fill in the gaps. It is also coated in a classic sugar-based baked bean sauce, which occasionally drips off of its body and onto the floor of its containment chamber. Sauce is also expelled from the entity's mouth whenever it speaks. This sauce buildup resulted in an infestation of ants in its original containment cell, forcing the Foundation to bring in an exterminator to clear the area. As it turns out, my mother was right to chide me for leaving food in my bedroom growing up. That is, in fact, how you get ants. SCP-1630-06 has been moved to a new containment chamber, which is cleaned regularly to make sure that the insect infestation will not spread or repeat itself. SCP-1630-08 is constructed entirely out of apples. Most of its body is made up of apple slices held together with applesauce. Its clothing is made from strips of apple peel in various colors, primarily red. Notably, the apple slices making up the entity's body have not shown any signs of the usual browning characteristic for sliced apples exposed to air. Whenever spoken to, SCP-1630-08 makes heavy-handed references to the expression, "an apple a day keeps the doctor away." Whenever approached by a doctor, the entity seems genuinely perturbed. SCP-1630-11 is constructed entirely from butter. Because the inside of its mouth is perpetually in a semi-liquid state, it is incapable of coherent speech. However, it is able to communicate via American Sign Language. Where it learned sign language, it will not say. Several Site-77 personnel fluent in American Sign Language have been assigned to its containment area so that they can maintain an open line of communication with the anomaly. SCP-1630-13 is made of oatmeal, clumped together into a humanoid formation. Strangely, it is always emitting a small amount of steam, as if the oatmeal has just been freshly prepared. Foundation staff who have skipped breakfast are not permitted to interact with SCP-1630-13, just in case. Requests from this entity for honey, maple syrup, or a sprinkle of cinnamon are to be rejected for obvious reasons. SCP-1630-15 is made up of garlic slices, and its clothing is constructed from strips of garlic woven together. Unlike other instances of SCP-1630, it has no sense of smell. The same cannot be said for personnel assigned to its containment chamber, though I'd wager a guess that they wish they had the same affliction. Though several staff have recorded becoming nose-blind to it over time, as well as expressing gratitude that they are not assigned to look after an instance made from an even more pungent foodstuff. If you share the same propensity for morbid curiosity as I do, you may be asking yourself, do these beings ever sample their own wares, so to speak? As far as I can ascertain, most of them do not, but there are exceptions. One of these exceptions is SCP-1630-22, which is composed of cottage cheese. Ever since it was first contained, SCP-1630-22 has been observed consuming small portions of itself on a regular basis. It isn't much, usually only a finger here and there, or a small chunk of its arm. When asked about this practice, it simply explained that it enjoys the taste, and the process does not hurt. Still, this habit was cause for some concern on the part of the Foundation, and personnel have been assigned to monitor SCP-1630-22 to ensure that it does not accidentally eat a bit too much of itself and accidentally self-terminate in the process. As far as I can tell, this is the only instance of SCP-1630 that has been observed participating in this sort of auto-cannibalistic activity, but I hesitate to declare that for certain, given how little we understand these entities. I do have to wonder what could be so appealing about cottage cheese, though. I never feel the impulse to snack on cottage cheese, and I wouldn't even have to sacrifice a finger to do so. But I'm getting off track. Where was I? Right, yes. SCP-1630-24 is made up of peanut butter, specifically the crunchy variety. I imagine a being made of smooth peanut butter would have a bit more difficulty moving and speaking, but the anatomy of these entities is so confounding that I can't say for certain. This instance of SCP-1630 is known for cracking jokes and speaking in non sequiturs. When asked about its sense of humor, notably more present than in other instances, it replied, "I guess I'm just nuts." Aside from accidentally sending a staff member into
weird.
anaphylaxis during containment, promptly treated with an EpiPen, SCP-1630-24 has caused no notable issues. When more than 3 instances of SCP-1630 are in the same room, they will begin to climb on top of each other and form what I can only describe as a food pyramid.
Why
The
Marvel
U.S.
is
Department
back?
of Agriculture's
'Cause
classic
Robert
food
Downey
pyramid seems to
Jr. is
be the
back,
inspiration for this
baby!
formation, as the
As Dr.
instances
Doom.
will place themselves in a position matching that diagram, and their corresponding food items
Robert Downey Jr. is working with Marvel again for like 2 movies as Dr. Doom. Not as Iron Man, but as Dr. Doom.
place on it. How exactly SCP-1630 learned about the food pyramid remains to be seen. When asked about the pyramid formation and this peculiar
They can probably do like either the good Doctor Doom or the redeemed Doctor. No, there is comics book stories of Doctor Doom and Tony Stark, and so on, or there are comic book stories of Doctor Doom becoming Iron Man.
behavior. SCP-1630 instances will simply respond that they are fulfilling America's dedication to eat healthy every day. But they don't just enter this pyramid formation and remain there with no anomalous effects. When the instances have reached their intended positions, it will trigger something known as a Delta event. As soon as a Delta event is set into motion, human subjects in the vicinity will experience fullness and contentment as if they have just finished eating a healthy, well-balanced meal. Inanimate materials in the area will transform, maintaining their shape, but changing into an edible version of itself, like something out of a health-conscious Charlie and the Chocolate Factory knockoff.
Not about
the foods that these
audience,
items change.
The question is writers first, and we know they didn't do well after Endgame at all. And second, why are all people already doing? Because Robert Downey Jr. Everybody loves him. The news was huge when it was announced. Everybody heard about it, and like people are talking about it. He saves Marvel, essentially. You recast him. It's like if people recast it. It's like if Disney recasted Johnny Depp for Pirates of the Caribbean. A lot of people will be hype about that too.
Into depend.
Robert Downey Jr. was like the face of Marvel or the face of Iron Man, and now he's gonna be Doctor Doom.
On the SCP-1630 instances present for the Delta event. Documents, visual or written,
He is the GOAT, basically. He's the GOAT for Marvel.
will also transform, but not into food. Instead, their content will change to highlight the importance of eating a balanced diet, as well as many reminders to follow the guidance of the food pyramid. The zone affected by the Delta event will spread at a rate of 100 meters per hour.
I mean, most of the Discords I were in, people were like all hyped about it. And then there was also like this little clip here. Where is it? Where can I find that little clip? Where that little clip at? It started like coming through into my recommendeds as well. I gotta find it again because I always saw it. Yeah, it's one of the top searches now. I hope Homie gets a fact back. He definitely got a fat back for this. They definitely paid him a fact back. Like it's all over right now. The views are going crazy for this shit. He just comes out and is like, "Yep, I'm playing Doctor Doom, my GOAT." He's definitely getting a fat back for this. 100% he's getting a fat back for this. They have because like he got out he didn't want to do any more Marvel movies, so they must have paid him a lot of money to do this. A lot of money. And there are like different alternate universes where Tony Stark and Doctor Doom swap bodies, or there's alternate universes where Tony Stark is dead and Doctor Doom takes over the mantle of being Iron Man. So people are just assuming which comic book series they're taking inspiration from this form. Kind of weird.
And this progression can only be stopped by forcibly separating.
Like there's the infamous Iron Man timeline, and then there's the Tony Stark swap bodies with Doctor Doom timeline.
The SCP-1630 instances from one another. All instances of SCP-1630 must be kept in humanoid containment chambers located at Site-77. Their conditions must be climate controlled depending on the composition of the individual instance and the optimal temperature and moisture level for preserving it.
I think it'll be fine. If Robert Downey Jr. signed up for this, I think it'll be fine. Simply because like the reason why he left Marvel franchise and stopped doing Marvel movies because he wasn't being challenged as an actor for Iron Man. He wanted to be like more challenged. That's why he did the Oppenheimer movie. Because if they write shit again, people will do a new one. If Robert Downey Jr. like read the script and agreed to it, it must have been because he liked the script. Mom was so shit. I don't know what Mom is. I will say the new Deadpool movie was pretty good. Deadpool x Wolverine, that one was pretty good. I'll say that much. I saw it like just today, and right after I finished watching it, the news was announced today that Robert Downey Jr. was coming back for Marvel for the Doctor Doom movie. It's like Multiverse of Madness. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. And I was like, eh. But yeah, I mean, it's not about the writers. It's just like the reason why after Endgame it didn't do so well is because like they cut out all the popular characters. Like you don't see Captain America no more. You don't see like Iron Man no more. People go to see these movies to see Iron Man. They don't go to see side characters. Let's be real. That's like saying you make a new movie of Pirates of the Caribbean, but you don't add Johnny Depp back into it. Of course, it's not gonna do well. They're there to see the GOAT. They're not there to see some side character story. They were good is because of Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, exactly. They're there to see the GOAT. People like the Deadpool movies because they're there to see Deadpool, not some fucking side character. That's why most of the side movies didn't do well, in my opinion. And while Robert Downey Jr. is coming back, not as Iron Man, but as Doctor Doom, it's still like they can go for that angle from the comic book universe, right? Where he can be Doctor Doom and be Iron Man stuff. I don't know. It's just like a lot of different theories on what they're gonna do with this script. No one cares about Miss Marvel in the yeah, exactly. They only came to see the GOAT. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You get it, Lane. They only came to see the GOAT. And the GOAT is Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. Like, remember when the first Iron Man movie came out, it was so fucking hype? And then the second one came out, it was also so fucking hype? And then the third one? And then you get the Avengers? And after the team was gone, after the Avengers were gone, and you just got these side characters, no one gave a shit. Because they're here to see the GOAT. It's like, literally, like I said before, watching a Pirates of the Caribbean movie without Johnny Depp is just not a Pirates of the Caribbean movie at all. Basically that. It's the same thing here. Watching a Marvel movie without Iron Man is just not Marvel at all. Like Robert Downey Jr. was born to play that role. So it's like if he signed off and agreed to the script, I'm sure it will be a good script. It's probably gonna be a 2-part movie series. So it would have to be a good script for him to come back. Like, Robert Downey Jr. is like a highly skilled actor. So I'm sure the script is fine, surely.
Instances of SCP-1630 may be allowed out of containment areas at one time.
I mean, look at Deadpool. The new Deadpool movie was actually pretty decent. Like, to be fair, it was actually pretty decent. So, if they can put out content like that, I'm sure the Doctor Doom Robert Downey Jr. mix is going to be fine. Surely.
If a containment breach should occur, security personnel have been authorized to use lethal force to prevent a Delta event. After I first learned of SCP-1630, I found it rather charming, if a bit unsanitary. I don't much care for the idea of that much food sitting out, touching the floor, and various other shared surfaces all day. But an emphasis on health and nutrition seemed to suggest that SCP-1630 instances have good intentions. Execution of those intentions aside.
My problem with post-Endgame characters were Doctor Strange felt well-aligned, incompetent. Thor is a joke. Falcon goes through a replacement struggle. Spider-Man is still a kid. Yeah, exactly. They just don't match up to the aura that Iron Man, Tony Stark, that Robert Downey Jr. exuded. Like even Captain America as a standalone was good. Like if you guys saw the first Captain America movie, that was also pretty good too. Like it was not bad at all. It's just like all the side characters didn't exuded that original. Like Thor was okay, but like they made him into a joke. They did. Like they made him give him an existential midlife crisis. So it's like, damn, that sucks. And like they even made it more joke in the Deadpool movie where, spoilers, the main antagonist was like Charles Xavier's twin sister, right? And then like she does a little tidbit where she describes, oh, I killed some wannabe hack magician in this timeline, and they were in a different timeline, where they were in like the void or whatever, and like said, I took his shit. It turns out she killed Doctor Strange in that different timeline. So it just like even made him look more of a joke in the Deadpool movie. But obviously it wasn't the original prime Doctor Strange, but it was so funny to see like, yeah, mom was like this. Mom was like this. What do you mean mom was like this? Oh, you mean like they treat Doctor Strange as a joke character? Because they were trying to. I remember I saw Madness of the Multiverse. The Scarlet Witch character is Mary Sue. Yeah. I think it's because they were trying to bring in Miss Marvel. I think like wasn't she supposed to be like a young teenager or some shit? I think they were just trying to like rise her up. I guess that was the plan. It just didn't translate well. To be fair, it didn't translate that well. It was trying to be like her own coming upon ceremony in that movie, but not really. Because I remember people saying, "Oh, that's Miss Marvel or some shit," as a teenager or some shit in the Multiverse of Madness for Doctor Strange, and somehow do all the shit she pulled off. They desperately showed her character as a good girl and did some bad decisions. Let's just forgive her, like nobody died. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Yeah, that did happen. Yo, she ruthlessly killed everybody. Oh my god, I almost forgot about that. She literally killed the alternate universe of the Avengers, like the alternate Avengers universe. It was like the Steel guy. Yo, that was fucked up. I actually forgot about that. I actually forgot. I mean, to be fair, nobody died in that universe. Technically, Lane, they died in the alternate universe. So in a way, you can compensate they didn't actually die. Now someone was nailed the cover for MCU to you. I watched Deadpool because like it's the fucking Deadpool and like it was actually a good movie. So I'm hoping, but I'm sure it'll be fine. If Robert Downey Jr. signed off on the script, said, yes, I will act in your movie because the script is good. Maybe it'll be good. And I guess it's like for Multiverse of Madness, you can always use the excuse that because they were in a different alternate universe, it didn't really count. Yeah, those people did get murdered, but it's like you can always cope there's a different universe. Even Ant Sweet being shit didn't do anything more to either bury it or stuff. Oh yeah, speaking of Ant Sweet, did you? Okay, so like in the Deadpool movie, right? The guy was just shitting on not shitting, but like he was making fun, not making fun. The film itself was making fun of like all the past movies. Not like the X-Men movies, but like the Ant-Man, the Fantastic Four, Doctor Strange, and so on. So like to clarify, in the Void where Deadpool and Wolverine was, where the main antagonist villain was Charles Xavier's twin sister, as they were going through the desert, you see Ant-Man's corpse like gigantified. It's just his costume. You don't see his actual body, you see his costume, right? And like they're using his body as the evil villain base. I was like, what the fuck? Ant-Man's dead in this universe? It was the alternate universe, but like, yeah. And so his whole body is just like this on the desert land, Ant-Man. And as they were approaching the compound, the helmet opens and it's a skull, and then Charles Xavier's twin sister comes out, and then that's when she's like explains like, oh yeah, I also killed Doctor Strange and shit. She also killed the fire guy from Fantastic Four. He also makes a cameo in it. But basically, it was just like a lot of the past movies that didn't do well. They did shit on it. Deadpool was like doing his usual breaking the fourth wall type of bullshit, right? Like saying, the audience is tired of all this multiverse bullshit. It ended a long time ago, and then said something about the gays didn't like it, and so on. I thought it was funny that he was just like in a Marvel movie shitting on the past Marvel movies, acknowledging that they were shit. I wonder if they have a scene on here. I would recommend you watch it yourself, but Ant-Man corpse, Ant-Man scene, yeah, Ant-Man dead. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This thing here, the Ant-Man skull. So there's like a lot of shitting on the movies that they did in the past.
A new Deadpool and Wolverine trailer is new. In the trailer, into Giant Man at one point, including a giant head.
Yeah, so like, Ant-Man is dead in this alternate universe, and so is Doctor Strange, because the sister fucked everybody up. She can literally rip off the skin of people with her telekinesis powers.
That's bound to turn when X art to seek is a giant skull.
This is the one. She's the one. Let's set it straight. Deadpool was standalone franchise. It was farewell to Fox Arrow movies and bought Ray of Hope for Marvel. Even if they somehow plug it like this, never trust Marvel of today to not fuck up. They bought Kentucky for Mr. President and Mom to kill him. Calva's woman cameo is just a tease and so on. Oh no, he's coming back as permanent. So he also like booked the fourth wall for that thing. Fox killed Logan, but Disney brought him back so he can do films for the next 90 years. You are trapped in forever for this franchise. Deadpool was like talking to the audience about that shit. I know that was okay. So we can expect this to be actually the thing. There's gonna be more Wolverine movies now, and also they replaced the old Logan with the new different universe Logan. Essentially, it was just like overall like acknowledging like the past movies were kind of shit, right? Overriding the old mistakes and shit. I don't know. Overall, Deadpool was pretty good. People enjoyed it, and I think people like after seeing the recent Deadpool movie and then seeing the unveiling of like Avengers Doom or some shit like that, and Robert Downey Jr. just being announced, I think this is like their Hail Mary, like, oh, Marvel is so back. And like I kind of believe it simply because it's like they're acknowledging their own wrongs, not wrongs, like their own mistakes from the old movies. And they bring back Robert Downey Jr. Shit, I cannot hate a movie with Robert Downey Jr. in it. Every single movie that RBDJ has been in has been hype as fuck. Y'all remember Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr. in it? Y'all remember the Iron Man series, obviously. Y'all remember Oppenheimer? Actually, I haven't seen Oppenheimer, but I heard it was critically acclaimed. Like, all these movies he's been in has always been top tier. There's no way he cannot make it top tier. It's Robert Downey fucking Jr., the most highest paid actor in Hollywood. It will be good 100%. I believe so. Oh, I hope so. I don't know. I hope it be good. No fan actually hopes it'd be bad, but like, if it's a good enough script that he agrees to come back, I'm sure it's a good enough script, yes. Like, you would have to convince the actor to come back first, right? On top of like giving the big pay, the big bag, it would have to also be like a good script, otherwise it will ruin his legacy. Because like everyone knows Robert as like the guy that's the top tier acting skills, the most paid actor in Hollywood, and so on, right? And like he's now out the acting chops to back it up. He is the guy that can back it up. So I doubt if he agreed to this movie that it would be bad. So he must have already read the script ahead of time. Surely, right? That's what most actors do. They read the script ahead of time. It's like, should I do it now? I missed it tired again because of the call. Oh, it's fine. Too long didn't read. Most actors read the script before agreeing to take on a movie job, right? A movie role. If they read the script and they liked it, and they believe in the script, I'm sure the script isn't all that bad. Like the writers probably didn't do them dirty, right? Like you know, most actors just like, let me read the script. I like it, I'll accept it. If I don't like it, I won't do it. And remember the reason why Robert Downey Jr. left Marvel in the first place? He wasn't being challenged as an actor. Hemsworth read the script for the Thor movies too. Yeah, well, it's Hemsworth. Let's be real. There's a reason why Robert Downey Jr. is the highest paid actor and Hemsworth isn't. I mean, he's a good actor too. He's not no Robert Downey Jr. I mean, that's why he left, right? He left because he said, as Iron Man, I wasn't being challenged as an actor. And then he went out to do Oppenheimer and shit, right? Like, yeah, that's fucking lit. Like, you also Oppenheimer, right? You saw good how good Oppenheimer. Let me show you. I need to actually finish watching Oppenheimer. Look. Is this the recent one?
And how many people were in these open?
I hope I don't get DMCA copyright for
Too
this.
many compartmentalization.
Oh, it's Universal Pictures. I'm gonna get DMCA copyright.
Supposed to be.
We'll show us a few
We're in a
seconds.
race against the Nazis. Now the race is against the Soviets. Not unless we start it. Robert, they just fired the starting gun.
But yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. Like, I think if he quit out of his own personal reasons out of the Marvel movies, because he said he wasn't gonna do it anymore, if the script was that convincing enough for him to come back, I'm sure it was a decent script or a good script for him to come back, convince him to come back. Either that or they gave him a fuck ton of money to come back. It's either they paid him a fuck ton of money or the script was good or both. I want to say both. Coping is both.
But then, I read the addendum attached to the file concerning a troubling development. On June 2nd, 2010, a new instance of SCP-1630 was contained and designated SCP-1630-26. Its composition appears to be sugars, fats, and artificial substances such as flavorings and preservatives. After it was contained, a Delta event was performed with SCP-1630-26 in a controlled, sterile environment. During this event,
Or he smelled the wave of woke and nope the fuck up. I mean, that's exactly what happened! That's exactly what happened. I mean, this is that too, but like also like he said like these are gonna be like my last couple of Marvel movies I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna quit. Like he said that before, right? Like I was not being challenged at all here. Some shit. He wanted to be challenged. I mean, he did the Oppenheimer movie really fucking well. To be fair, Oppenheimer popped the fuck off really hard, right? So it's like I'm sure he just wanted to be challenged again. And this movie is challenging for him. And like he likes the script. He wouldn't do a script he wouldn't like unless they paid him a fuck ton of money to do it. I remember, like, okay, so like this is one story where he did I forgot what was the movie called. There was one shit movie that he did, right? It was an indie movie. It was a B shit indie movie about a lawyer from some backwoods country. I forgot what was the movie called. After the interview for that movie he did, he's like, I'm never doing a fucking B tier indie movie ever again. It was so fucking dog shit. I wonder if I can find it out. But I read the interview. I thought the other shit was funny. Indie B tier movie. Don't ask someone to be in your low grade budget indie movie. He did one, and it traumatized the fuck out of him. I forgot what it was. I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Independent movies are exhausting, and sometimes suck. I don't even know why he accepted it in the first place. It was some like indie movie about being a lawyer or some shit. I guess he wanted to do the indies a bone, and then he just realized that charity work wasn't worth it.
personnel taking part experienced nausea and a phantom sweet taste in their mouths. At the same time, documents throughout Site 77 were replaced by advertisements for various fast food, candy, and other confectionery corporations. Many of these corporations have not yet been confirmed to exist. A couch in the staff break room transformed into a pile of French
He also
fries,
ended up paying
while
for the
water
for
cooler's
like
contents became thick.
yeah, he ended up paying like for like the whole catering and everything for the indie movie film crew, which is fucking dumb as hell. But yeah, he did it.
Syrupy sweet and artificially colored with the discontinued red food dye. The carpet turned to cotton candy, while tiles in the hallway turned to square hamburger patties. Other transformed items took on the shapes of foods that could not be identified, but that gave off a strong, meaty yet sweet smell that was described simply as artificial. After the conclusion of the Delta event, SCP-1630-26 was moved to another site, and containment procedures for SCP-1630 are pending updates. Since this incident, Site 77's medical staff have expressed concern regarding the elevated cholesterol levels of the on-site personnel, as well as a host of other health problems often attributed to poor diet and vitamin deficiency. Food and nutrition play a vital role in all of our lives. After all, without it, we would cease to live at all. But what forces might create such anomalous food-based beings? I can't wrap my mind around it. None of the instances will reveal where they might have come from, or who might have created them. Were they born inside of that chemical factory in West Virginia? Did their creator sell his technology to some corporation? Perhaps one of those advertised in the SCP-1630-26
American
Delta
SCP,
event.
bro. It really do be an American SCP. God damn it.
All I know
Only an American SCP will make you fat. Fucking
is
hell.
that I'm starting to get a bit peckish after thinking about this much food. Whatever they are, wherever they came from, SCP-1630 gives a new meaning to that old adage, you are what you eat. Check out the doc.
Give myself, alright. Later, man. Have fun, Lane. Oh, episode 2 of this shit. Oh, it's a minute long. Thank God. I'm getting tired.
おかえりとうていくん。
はじめまして。
ね、何その反応。びっくりしてないの？まあいいわ。この私があなたの初めてをもらってあげる。感謝しなさい、とうていくん。
結構です。家から出て行ってください。
何それ？夢のような美女があなただけに会いに来たのに出て行ってって何なのよ。こんなに可愛くてセクシーな女の子が誘ってるのに断るっていうの？
仕方ない。説明するか。1、お前は明らかに怪しい魔法みたいなポータルから出てきたし。2、知らない人とセックスするなんて馬鹿げてる。
True! She can have STDs! You right! She can have STDs!
そして最後に、お前は全くタイプじゃないんだ。
Oh, damn. That's cool. So we see one more clip before I end the stream chat. What is this?
Did you know aluminum cans have a plastic liner on the inside? Not gonna lie, I'm curious to see what that looks like. Let's go. We're gonna start by making a sodium hydroxide bath.
Okay.
We're gonna scuff up the outside of the can with a little sandpaper and then immerse it in the sodium hydroxide bath. The reaction is between sodium hydroxide and aluminum, which liberates hydrogen gas, the bubbles you see here. It just fell over. Something happened.
This guy's in a school. What the fuck?
This experiment was totally worth it. Share it with someone who needs a little science in their life.
Oh, that's cool! I know you can do that. I know you can do that. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That is sick. That is extremely sick. He made that fucking can soft and see-through. Okay, we can see one more. I just don't know what I want to watch for like the last video. Chat. I want a short ass video. Just don't know how short. Oh, I know. I guess we can watch this and then I'll call it.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. She went to the airport and for some reason everyone was blind.
I think everyone at this airport is blind.
No!
I'm really confused.
They're just on a trip. Is that supposed to work?
Dude, Tyler, it is good to see you, my brother.
I wish I had a friend I could do that with.
The turbulence while flying over South America was so bad that someone ended up in the ceiling of the plane.
How? How?
The amazing thing is that he wasn't hurt.
Seatbelts? Well, that's funny.
Lighting and fireworks will always look cool.
Ooh.
I guess we know what this guy was busy doing when he was in school.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. 7, 8. 8.
Okay, that's good. Shortest weekend streams yet? Yeah. How long has the stream been? 4 hours 51 minutes long. You right. It also doesn't help that like all my gacha chores have just been like fucking less than a minute long.
I know babies kick when they're inside of their mom, but this is kind of crazy.
Oh, that's kind of... That's gross! No offense, but that's scary.
This giant tornado was seen.
What the fuck happened here? Oh, fart!
This giant tornado was seen moving through Canada.
Mother Nature's an incredible ass fucking feat.
This turtle started flirting with her nails.
I've never seen that before.
Imagine losing a game of ring toss to a cat.
Go, let it go.
There's special nail polish that cracks when it dries.
That's so cool! Now, if I was a female, I would actually run this.
You can't have they're chicken strips. You are literally a little bit of a chicken. That's like your kind. That is cannibalism. You cannot have chicken strips.
This guy 3D printed a really cool banana.
Which is also a katana.
Oh, that's cool.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video made your day just a little better.
You got a video? Okay. Oh shit! 8 hours ago? Oh, that's perfect. No, that's a perfect video to end this with.
All right, it's time for... Del? Del?
Is he playing ZZZ?
I knew it! Kermit, hey, look, it's not what it looks like. You've been playing gotchas, haven't you?
Oh,
no, I swear, Cell, is that a big-tittied anime girl? How could you? Look, Kermit, I can explain. She's from a gotcha game, Cell! It's the birthmark on her tits, Kermit. God damn it does things to me. Have you no shame? Oh, come on. Rex hangs out with gotcha characters all the time. Okay, but Rex is missing like half his brain cells. I expected better from you. Unbelievable. Come on, Vaughn. We've got...
Of course the frog will go with the furry. I'm gonna post this shit, actually. This is fitting, considering we all play gacha games.
Better things to do than to hang out with simps.
Oh!
Master Kermit. Oh, come on! That is a literal furry! The furry cell. Plus, it's okay, because he knows Kung Fu. Show him, Vaughn. I'm keeping that.
I guess Devil Artemis is a fan of ZZZ, huh? I'm surprised. Honestly. I don't want to watch more now, but I will see this. I never will call it. I will see this one. I never call it because apparently I didn't see this one. Just so you never forget his channel again. You right. I always check Team 4-Star, but I never check Devil Artemis. I'm surprised he's a You know what? I'm not surprised. Honestly, I expect a lot of people like him to people who like DBZ to play fucking ZZZ unironically. Like, I mean, ZZ is generally a good game. Look at fucking Miumishi. He's playing that shit all the time. He does Dead Battles and yeah. I remember he collabed with Team 4-Star.
So we have an issue. Oh, you have plenty of issues. Yeah, so we need you to take an L. Oh, come on. I always take an L. No, I mean like a significant L. Apparently, the fans say things have been going a bit too well for you recently. What the fuck is that supposed to mean, guys? What? Am I not allowed to enjoy peace? Yeah, no. All right, Vegito, you're up. Okay, I don't just... Wait, who? Yosha! Boy.
Good one.
Oh, you bitch.
Guess who just joined the Mile High Club?
The what?
What's wrong? First time taking back shots 3,000 feet in the air?
Oh,
okay, that sounds extremely sexual.
It is sexual. It is extremely sexual.
Are you winning, buddy? Go fuck yourself.
Final Kamehameha, anyone?
Oh, don't you talk to my fans, you slut!
Final
Kermit, tell him to stop. 70k likes and I'll go do the next. Kermit, you piece of shit!
Ah, that's good. That's good. That's good. What is this?
This may look like your normal everyday Family Mart in Japan, and the good news is that's exactly what it is. But I realized yesterday that I've neglected to tell you about the best food in Japan, the Famichiki. So I ran out today to grab one for you. I'm so nice. I'm doing this for you guys, and not because I want a Famichiki. They just released a summer exclusive habanero Famichiki, and I think we all know where this is gonna go. Taste of soft, juicy chicken, the boneless type. I am chicken. You can't really get a more clear packaging than that. And even though I followed the extremely clear instructions on how to open it, I managed to mess it up, so my entire day is ruined. If this magma red crust is anything to go by, this is probably going to be really spicy. And I really hope so because I'm sick of things not being spicy in Japan. Although honestly, you could dip a Famichiki in Nutella and I'd probably eat it. So it's hard to be disappointed. Although it wasn't blazing hot, it had a decent kick to it, which is frankly good enough for me. Like I said, you can't really make Famichiki bad. Just look at how juicy and delicious this piece of beautiful chicken is. Seriously, it needs to be in a museum, and the worst part is that there's no substitute. Don't try to make this at home because I guarantee you can't without offering your soul to some dark wizard who gives you the gift of Famichiki, and I wouldn't recommend doing that either. Just leave it to the professionals. This may look like your normal every-
That's lit. Alright, chat. It has been like, these has been the shortest weekend stream, but it's like, what is? I'm tired anyways. Let's be real. I'm tired anyways. Okay. I'm tired anyways, and like it's good if it's a short weekend stream because you guys can all go to sleep as well. We will all collectively go to sleep and catch up on our rest. Rest will do your cortisol levels very good. You say that right? Rest will do your cortisol levels very well. Not very good, very well. It's 4 p.m. I ain't sleeping. Well, go fucking take a nap. I don't know. I need to go. It's 5 a.m. here, boys. I'm going to sleep. All right. I get that. Look at my fucking eyes. Bags under my eyes, yo. Shit. What the fuck? There will be more content when Swords of Convalera come out, I guess, you know. Because like, in like 3 more days, I guess we'll go back to like slightly longer streams. These short streams are fine. Yo, listen, if Asmongold can do 4 to 5 hour streams, I'm allowed to do 4 to 5 hour streams. I am out. Peace out. Enjoy your weekend, buddy. I have nothing else to say. Peace out. Bye.